for a tax break. A handful of billionaires now have unprecedented control over banking, the food we eat, our health care, and the information we receive, among other things. Many are now currying favor with Trump to avoid accountability and maintain their power. That is what oligarchy looks like. The biggest divide in America today is not between right and left or between Republicans and Democrats. It's between democracy and the broligarchy. The old labels right and left prevent most people from noticing that they're being shafted. You need to know the truth. This is the truth. How many times have we talked about it? Right? How many times have we talked about it? And I find it funny that there's still people in this chat who claim to be pro-police and who for the last 4 years cried out, defund the police. You don't care about law and order. You don't care about crime. And yet you're cheering now that people like Stuart Rhodes, who was found guilty for seditious conspiracy and attempt to overthrow democracy as part of a plot initiated by the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster felon. But you're suddenly okay with that. You're okay with criminals who are found guilty, and some pled guilty to beating up police officers. And in DJ Rodriguez's case with Michael Fanone, stun gun to the neck multiple times. You're okay with that, though, right? So I'm going to play some audio today from, because I want to spend some time on this, because we cannot let J6 be forgotten about, because the MAGA traitors would love to have that just be erased from history. There's a video on my page I did this morning. You can see Jordan Klepper was out in the street talking to Trump supporters, and the amount of spin, the amount of things that they've always done, saying that they're pro-pardon, you know, and then, of course, Klepper is a great interviewer. He said, you know, beating up police officers, that's not okay. No, it's not okay. And this guy claims to have not seen the videos. Klepper showed him some of the videos, and his answer was, well, I'm pro-pardon. I'm pro-pardon. So let's start with the video of, and this is very telling. So this is Stuart Rhodes. He's being interviewed, and I've got some audio to play from MTG. You're not going to believe that. So this is Stuart Rhodes being interviewed as he was let out of jail. Remember Stuart Rhodes, the Proud Boy, Oath Keeper with the patch over his eye. This is what he had to say about his pardon.
From the Oath Keepers leader, Stuart Rhodes, who spoke after he was released from prison. I want to listen to that.
Any regrets?
No, I don't, because we did the right thing. We were there to protect Trump supporters from Antifa. We were there to protect and secure 2 permitted events on Capitol grounds where members of Congress were going to speak. The guys that went inside did not commit any crimes. In fact, they helped people. They helped the police and helped the people out.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would say to Stuart Rhodes. Go f*** yourself.
That's Fanone.
Okay.
You're a liar. I mean, listen, these are individuals who assaulted law enforcement officers at the behest of Donald Trump, the president. They are now free. Donald Trump has told the American people, if you commit crimes on my behalf, I've got your back. I will pardon you. I will absolve you of any accountability. What message do you think that sends to Donald Trump's supporters? People like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, these violent anti-government groups who Donald Trump has brought into his inner circle. It says, go out there and assault my detractors. Go out there and silence those that would stand up against me, and I will make sure that you are never held to account. The rule of law in this country is dead.
Stuart Rhodes, you heard his answer. I don't have any regrets. They were there to defend Trump supporters against Antifa. The people who went in the Capitol did nothing wrong. And his message, I hope, would resonate to many people that what we witnessed, not only people trying to erase history from what happened that day, but also the fact that the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon, by pardoning them, has said, as long as you support me, as long as you do what I ask you to do or what I expect you to do, then I will pardon you, or I got your back. Okay? It gets worse. Remember, Stuart Rhodes was found guilty for seditious conspiracy, which is an attempt to overthrow the government. He's a traitor. That's what that means. And he is now he was taken on a tour of the Capitol Remember Bobo, we talked about this yesterday, offered up tours of the Capitol to people like this, right? Okay, it gets a little bit worse though, because then you have people out, and I'm going to play some audio today, so I think it's important that we listen to it. When you have people like MTG speaking up on this topic, you know what? Let's use the Speaker of the House first, okay? The Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is second in line to the presidency, right? In order of succession, he's third, but second in line after the VP. This is what he had to say about the pardons, okay?
This however they want. The president has the pardon and commutation authority. It's his decision, and I think what was made clear all along is that peaceful protests and people who engage in that should never be punished. There was a weaponization of the Justice Department. There was a weaponization of the events. The following, the prosecutions that happened after January 6th. It was a terrible time and a terrible chapter in America's history. The president's made his decision. I don't second guess those. And yes, it's kind of my ethos, my worldview. We believe in redemption. We believe in second chances. If you would argue that those people didn't pay a heavy penalty, having been incarcerated and all of that's up to you. But the president's made a decision. We move forward. There are better days ahead of us. That's what we're excited about. We're not looking backwards. We're looking forward.
I wouldn't want to look backwards either. Again, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson literally talking redemption, right? Redemption. Second chances for whom then, right? Exactly. So would there be second chances for members of the BIPOC community arrested for low-level possession charges? Would there be second chances for them? Would there be second chances for misdemeanors? Would there be second chances for people with brown skin to commit crimes? Or is it just people that are white and Christian and align with Mike Johnson and Donald Trump? That'd be my question, right? Redemption, weaponization, right? These are the buzzwords that help them get elected. Okay? So for anybody, yeah, Irish, you can pound sand too. For anybody who wants to criticize Joe Biden for pardoning people, Mike Johnson said it himself. The president's got unlimited authority. So what do you guys care about? You think you think Joe Biden pardoning his son, which you would do, and then members of various committees and members of the DOJ and members of his cabinet that have been directly threatened by Donald Trump, you think that's the same as pardoning people who beat up police officers and who were found guilty of seditious conspiracy? Yeah, of course you would believe that. Okay, it gets worse. We're running through the list. Let's go to this one because we have to listen to MDG. I apologize, but it's necessary because what she had to say, I think, covers it all. Remember, listen to their non-answers. Listen to how the question is asked, and then listen to how the non-answer shows up. This is bad.
Think about the January 6th pardons. Do you certainly agree with President Trump?
Oh, I'm thrilled with President Trump, and I'm very thankful to him. Over 95% of Antifa BLM rioters were never prosecuted. They never served time in prison. And many of these communities that were burned to the ground, BLM never donated that money to help build those communities back. President Trump did the right thing in pardoning them, while Joe Biden pardoned his crime family, pardoned Fauci, pardoned Milley, pardoned January 6th committee members, pardoned rapists, murderers. That's what you should be focused on. Because I'll tell you what, you guys, the American people are sick and tired of everyone's hyper focus up here in Washington, freaking out about a day where there was a 3-hour riot and a lot of people walked through open doors in the Capitol. They don't give a damn about January 6th. They're happy these people have their lives back.
Right.
You know what people care about? Border security, the economy. They care about, they're sick and tired of the foreign wars. That's what people care about outside of this city.
Okay.
So the hyper focus by the media on January 6th needs to end because I'm hearing from people at home. I hear from people all over. They think you're pathetic because that's all you talk about. They think you're disconnected with the American people. And they think you don't understand it. So everybody needs to put their big boy pants and big girl pants on and move on and actually care about what the American people care about, and it's not January 6th, okay?
For some of the rioters, though, who engaged in violence with the police, fought against the police. There was a stun gun incident as well. I mean, should there be accountability there?
Is that the same as like the murderer that murdered
No
an
answer.
11-month-old child and murdered a young woman that Joe
That's one in the
Biden pardoned? Is that the same thing? A stun gun and a young woman and a baby that was killed?
Wow.
So why don't you do apples to apples instead of creating this like whole thing about how terrible this is?
Wow.
Again, get over it. I hope these January 6th defendants move on with their lives. I hope that they are able to be happy, because I tell you what, they've suffered enough. And that's the reality.
But is there ever an excuse for assaulting a police officer?
You tell me. Antifa and BLM, over 95% of them never prosecuted.
But that justifies what happens on
Never,
January 6th?
never served time in prison. Never served time in prison.
But does that justify
Does that
the
justify
violence
all
on
Joe
January
Biden's
6th?
pardons? Does that justify all Joe Biden's pardons? Murderers, rapists, Fauci, Milley, Biden crime family? Get some therapy. Seriously.
Some members have said they'll do tours in the Capitol. Would you do that?
Yeah. What is there to say about that, right? So you literally will see, Marjorie Three Toes with her forked tongue, one moment defending police officers no matter what, and she'll try to pivot and pull in her racist, bigoted tendencies when she talks about BLM. By the way, her stats are way fucking off. And she'll talk about BLM protesters attacking police officers, and she'll stand there with them in defense of it. But yet when Trump supporters literally beat up 140 officers, send many to the hospital, to some where they lost their lives. Yes, I know, not that day. And that she won't answer the question. It is just one big gaslight after another. And we cannot allow that portion of history to be forgotten, right? So we've got more audio to play. I know there's some other people that are requesting, and I'll bring some more guests up. Everybody, please continue to like and share the live. Tapping is clapping. Sharing is caring. I don't know if we have our gifts back, but there's a gifting goal today. Hi, Alicia. How are you today? Alicia?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Great. Do you remember the night that Biden passed over the torch to Kamala? And I was on your live freaking out.
I do remember that. Yes.
I knew it. I knew. Yes, she was well qualified, but I said our country is not ready for this. I still backed her, and it looked like we had some hope. But I felt it in my gut, like they're not ready for this black lady, and it's sad. It's so sad.
It is sad. We all had hope, I guess. But
And we had
I think
hope.
It just showed who our country is, right?
I just keep going back to that. It was like I just cried, like, oh my God, I know this ain't gonna work. I wanted Biden to go through and hand the torch to her. I just knew it. But hey, it is what it is. And like he said, they only cheated a little bit, so only a little bit.
Yeah. I just, it is what it is. Now we have to continue to make sure that we don't let people forget.
I know that. And I hear a lot of my sisters like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm about to sit back. We're not built like that. As much as we may want to say, good luck to y'all, we're not built like that. We're not sitting back. We're going to do whatever we got to do, like we've been doing our whole life.
Yeah, and it's about damn time that others stood up there with you.
I know.
Yeah.
And maybe this is what it takes, and I hate it that people got to get hurt and people it has to happen to a lot of people for them to realize it. And maybe, protection ain't always like our kids. We can't just stop them from falling and protect them because they'll never know nothing. So maybe this is the fall that we all have to take to wake up. I pray this is as far as we got to go.
Yeah, I hope so too. I always get.
As we were told, we have a republic. If we can keep it, we got to keep it.
Right. As we've been told many times, though, people talk about this often that it may take suffering for everybody, but we know that your communities always suffer the most anyway.
Right.
So
well, that's why we are who we are. We built for tough.
True.
Last recession, when Barack came in, we were like, what is these people tripping about? Because it was normal for us. This is normal. So, we can help because we can tell you how to survive because that's our normal life. unfortunately.
I agree, Alicia. Thank you so much for being here. As always,
Thank
friend.
you.
It's good to talk to you again. See you later.
You too.
All right, bye. All right. Look, part of our conversations that we have to have, and we talked about this yesterday, and we're going to do more about this. Like, if you want to save your country, what are you willing to do? And you're going to kind of get a little tired of me bitching at you for not getting involved. No more excuses. I don't care your circumstance. I don't care your situation. Literally, we have to do something. It doesn't have to be overt. It doesn't have to be outward. It just needs to be something. Like, we went through a bunch of scenarios yesterday, and as a reminder, next Friday, Victoria for Tennessee and Crazy Mother Runner Jess confirmed that yesterday will both be joining me as we discuss what it takes to run for office. So that'll be next Friday. As you know, Jess ran for a state house seat in the state assembly in Virginia, and Victoria ran for the U.S. House of Representatives out of Tennessee. So if anybody has any interest at all as to what it would take to run for office, I'm going to have those two amazing women join me next Friday as we talk about that. So in between now and then, we're going to do other things to try to figure out ways to get people involved, because apathy cost us democracy, in my opinion. And we have to do something about it, make sure that we're pushing back so that it doesn't freaking happen again. Everybody, tapping and sharing. Just again, I want to thank our new subscribers. If you're trying to find out how to subscribe, here's a suggestion. Linktree my bio. You'll see the Facts Hub to the top. You click that button. You go to the perks section, and you can subscribe right there. You can still subscribe on TikTok if you like, but who knows the future. So we're going to move all of our sort of our HQ information, if you will, over there. Good morning, Professional Spoonie. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I feel like saying good morning and how are you these days is kind of loaded. So,
True. It's true.
Anyway, I just wanted to share really quickly, if I can, just a little bit of news from Colorado. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Sure.
So I saw on the FB, I know that's like the terrible place right now, but the Colorado Name Change Project put out a notice yesterday that the State Department is no longer processing gender marker correction applications. They've been instructed to confiscate the supporting documentation submitted as part of the application. I don't know if this is temporary while they figure things out, but they are just encouraging nobody putting in their applications right now to change gender markers. So I just want to say in real time, like, these things are happening and impacting people pretty immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we went through an exercise yesterday where we read a story about someone who was works in healthcare and runs some facilities, and how they had to protect their patients. It is happening right in front of us every single day. We were told it was going to. We told people this was going to happen. We reminded them, and it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah. So anyway, just since you have this platform, I just wanted to say hi and share that. I have no idea how this is going to go, but just want to use this platform while we have it. So
I appreciate you sharing that with us, friend. Thank you
all
for
right.
being here.
Thank you. I hope you guys have a good day.
Thank you, you too. See you later. That's freaking scary. Wow. Oh, wow. All right. We've got some more to get into, but we've got some guests requesting, so we'll try to get through as many folks as we can this morning. Little Black Dog, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Real fast. I mean, there's so much to say, but I just want to recommend everyone grab a copy of a book called On Tyranny. You've probably heard of it. It's a slim book. It's
Tim Snyder?
Yes, it's pretty easy to read, although it's incredibly depressing, so I have to read it at one page at a time. But basically, Tim Snyder is a professor of history, I think, at Yale, and he's written a lot about authoritarianism, and I'm just going to throw that out to people. It's pretty easy to read. It's on a high school reading level, maybe even middle school reading level. Definitely your teenagers can read it. Just this morning, I wrote a Post-it note to myself to buy 10 copies and just start sending it to people and giving it to people. So that's all I wanted to say. The number one thing, well, the first thing in the book, the first page is don't comply in advance. And I've been pondering that and thinking about that. I put it on my refrigerator, what that means. And I want people just to sit with that, what it would mean to not comply in advance. So I'm a loudmouth in my community. So I've decided I'm not going to stop doing that. I'm not going to teach them. Tim Snyder explains eloquently. We don't want to teach them how to control us and how to oppress us. Things that they might not even have thought of, we might hand them on a silver platter. So don't show them how easy it is to oppress us.
Yeah,
And
part of the reason that they take advantage of people is because historically we don't stand up. People just will allow it to happen, and that's why we have to show them that it's going to be different this time. That people are going to get involved. That people are going to cause good trouble or bad trouble, depending on what circumstance there's in. And Tim Snyder's great. I've featured him on this show before. He's an expert on authoritarianism and the rise of propaganda. He's fantastic.
Well, I'll follow you because I didn't know. This is the first time you've popped up in my whatever this is called, the feed. Excellent. And so I'll follow you. That's awesome. And last thing I wanted to say is there's an article, I can't remember the name, but it might have been Rolling Stone, and it gave a suggestion that we should basically keep Trump extremely busy, but it was more harsh than that. Like just keep him chained to his office with constant stuff to do. Yeah. So I'll try to find the article, but thanks. That's all I wanted to say.
You got it. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Okay. Good morning, Irish. How are you today?
I just wanted to let you know, guys, check out Gitmo. They're building over there. They're building for a reason.
Good morning, Irish.
But you know Biden's pardons for his family and Liz Cheney and the J6.
Good morning, Irish.
What?
Good morning. I said good morning.
Oh, good morning.
People are typically cordial when they are introduced for the first time. So, good morning. What did
top of the morning to you, young chap.
What did you have for breakfast today, Irish?
I had marijuana.
Nobody fucking cares. Okay. Ducky Dog, how are you today?
I'm okay. This is all very depressing. I was on earlier with somebody who's homeschooling their kids, and I don't have any kids, but this whole trend of homeschooling by these morons is scaring me. Like, what's going to happen in the future? I mean, she let one of her kids drop out of high school. I was like, I would never let one of my kids drop out of high school. It's like,
yeah, I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge someone. I think we should all be careful. I'm not saying you are, but if people make a decision that they think is best for their family to homeschool, then that is their prerogative.
it's a trend that's not going to go over well in like 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that if people don't believe in education and they pull their kids out of public school because they fear indoctrination, and then they feel that they're more qualified than public educators, and I'll say this again, we should be overfunding public education and overpaying teachers for the first time in our history, then that's a recipe for disaster.
It sure is. I studied sociology a long time. So, I'm not looking at this like as an elite. It's just a thing that I'm seeing as a disaster that's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, again, this is why we have to stand up. Stand up and do something. So what are you going to do, Ducky?
They're thick as bricks, though, so I don't know how we're going to get through to anybody.
Yeah, I think we got to stop saying that we can't, and understand that there's 86 million people in our country that didn't vote, and they need to feel the pain because they're partly responsible for this.
That's true.
And entitled leftists who decided that the situation between Israel and in Gaza was more important than defending democracy.
That's true.
In their own country. So we need to remind them of that every single day. Every single day.
Well, they're not going to hear it, but okay. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Ducky. I appreciate you being here. Thanks
Bye.
a lot. All right. Again, if you're in a position where you can homeschool, I think it's great, but it's a big deal. I mean, you've got to really it's a skill set. Not everybody's cut out to do it. And I worry that there's a portion of our population that are just doing it because they've been told that public education is indoctrinating their kids. And I just worry about that. So it's not easy. And I have tremendous respect for people who make that commitment but are you doing it with the right intentions is my hope. Okay. Just a quick pivot real quick. Again, there is we have a new sort of resource hub. It's called Facts HQ. Thank you, Eve. And you'll find the link in the link tree in my bio. Right now it's called Facts Hub. You click there and you can go to the perks section and it gives you the ability to subscribe to our channel. You'll get the same benefits you get now as a subscriber. The reason that we decided to do that is we don't know the future of TikTok. We want to continue to support the channel. The best way to do that now is probably to use the pay apps above my head. That would probably be the best way. And I must do a better job at thanking everybody. You guys are amazing for all your love and your support for what we do around here. We do it because it's important, and we do it because you seem to appreciate it, and we'll continue to do it. So I just wanted to thank you for that. We do have some subscribers. I mentioned that earlier, and I'll continue to update throughout the day as we get new people decide to join our little party. All right, I'm going to take a quick pause. Thank you very much. And just there's a little bit more audio that I want to play for you guys because I think it's really important as we kind of go through this morning. This one is, well, first of all, let's talk about this guy. This guy, if you haven't heard this yet, this is amazing. His name is Anders Vistisen, and he is a Danish politician from the country of Denmark. And this is what he had to say about the United States and Donald Trump wanting to buy Greenland or invade, whatever the fuck he said. This is great. Hold on.
Dear President Trump, listen very carefully. Greenland has been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years. It's an integrated part of our country. It is not for sale. Let me put it in words you might understand. Mr. Trump, fuck off.
Boom. See, that's how we need to cover this guy. So in the Danish parliament, I think that people can just say shit like that. And I think we should be doing that more and more. People want to talk about, suppressing speech. Well, Michael Fanone dropped the F-bomb twice on CNN yesterday. I don't fucking care. I think that members of Congress need to do it more often. The reason that Jasmine Crockett cited what Chrissy Teigen said on Twitter, when she called Donald Trump a pussy ass bitch. She said that on the floor of Congress because then it becomes part of the congressional record. So props to Anders in Denmark for telling Trump to fuck off. Part of the problem with mainstream media is they have not, along with many other things, they have not figured out a way to cover Trump. They're afraid to cover him. They're afraid to criticize him. They're afraid to call out his shit because of retribution. We're not afraid. Hey, Donald, you may be watching. Steve, you can also call me Facts. Fuck you, you rapist felon. Yeah. Did you catch that? Should I say it from the cheap seats? Hey, Donald, fuck you. Elon, fuck you. Zuckerberg, fuck you too. All y'all. Bezos, fuck you. We don't give a fuck about you. Fuck them all. Everybody, F you in the chat to all the billionaire oligarchs that are taking over our fucking country. And they elected that piece of shit right there. There you go. All right. I'm just pissed that idiots took our democracy from us, but whatever. Odd Dragon, how are you today?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, yesterday I watched the news conference with the two police officers involved in January 6th, and
two police officers.
What Officer Hodges said was
ones that were assaulted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they gave a news conference along with some Congress people yesterday at the Capitol, and what Officer Hodges said was one of them still works as Capitol Police, and he protected the Capitol during Trump's inauguration. And he said that it was real upsetting for him because all these people dressed in wearing these MAGA hats came up and they recognized him apparently, and they thanked him for his service. Oh, sorry, it's my dog.
Okay.
But but they thanked him for his service. And he said he remembered back in 2021, they also thanked him for his service. And then they went to the Trump rally. Trump sent him to the Capitol, and they weren't thanking him for his service anymore. They said that they beat him up. Yeah. Somebody tried to gouge his eyes out.
Yeah. Yep.
And first of all, I can't believe that he's still Capitol Police after all that. But after listening to his testimony, and there was another officer who gave a speech too after both of them, it's like the only blue that Trump backs is the violent shade of blue.
He'll back
the murderous.
He'll back anybody that supports him. He doesn't care what side of the law and order pendulum that you swing on. He doesn't care. It's whatever's best for him. So he knows that by pardoning all these criminals, these felons, these people that were found guilty and or pled guilty to beating up police officers, that empowers the radical right. You know, these hate groups like the 3%ers and the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, because that will make them happy, and that's the point.
Yep.
Thanks for jumping in today.
But his story, I couldn't help but cry.
I know, it's awful.
I couldn't help but cry listening to him.
I appreciate you, bud. Thanks for jumping in today. Have a good day, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
See you later.
You too.
We talked about this yesterday. Remember how you got all these right-wing circles that were cheering Elon doing the Roman salute? And just, again, for historical context, the Roman salute adopted by Mussolini and then adopted by the Germans during the 30s. And yeah, we know what we saw. Enough of your bullshit fucking gaslighting. I did a couple of videos this morning on some mouth breathers that are trying to justify, I've got a picture of AOC. I got a picture of Tim Walz. I got a picture of Barack and Kamala. Yeah, you do? You have a picture? Cool. Of them waving? Because I can do this too. I'm waving. How about the actual thumping of the chest? Actually, I can show you. Let's I have a picture. I have pictures too. Let's look at some of my pictures. Like that picture right there, right? Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. Pictures aren't videos. So all you frickin' traders can sit your ass down. Exactly. All right. I have a little bit more video to play. Mods, if anybody wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind taking a little bit of a break. I would appreciate that. We've got a lot to cover today, a lot of topics. A lot of conversations need to be had because I've got a lot of interesting audio, and I'm going to get back to more of the J6 stuff because we, those of us who care about these kinds of things, those of us who genuinely care about making sure that history is not rewritten, have to talk about this shit because they won't. So I'm going to bring our friend Eve up, and I'm gonna step out, and I'll be right back. Thank you, Eve, for being here.
Of course. Good morning, everyone. Y'all know that I'm here to remind you to support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He is our scintillating zaddy, a scrupulous scholar, and the sainted smartass of the Northeast. He's here every day bringing you facts over feelings because facts still matter, and they always will. So, if you have the means, let's help Facts meet his gift goal, throw a friendship necklace his way. You can also find payouts in the link tree of his bio. Under there, you're going to find the Facts HQ, and you can subscribe there. You can get 10% off merch, as well as access to the cool emotes. We're trying to do a sub-only event. Now is the time. So if you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and take advantage of that. If you're just looking for a fun, free forum for the Facts family to frolic, well, then join the Discord. If the link doesn't work, reach out to a moderator and we'll hook you up. When you join, please open a ticket and verify account. That way we can get you access to the whole server. If you have questions, ask away in the unverified lobby. It's very user-friendly once you get going. Now, if you haven't already, please click that follow or heart me up at the top next to Fax's name. You get to join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day, and it helps keep us relevant and on the FYP. As I mentioned, there is a gift goal, and we'd love to reach it. But if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that you interact in the comments, as well as tapping your little heart out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, just click the copy link. It works the same. The live. Head over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter there. Like a video and know that it is free to subscribe on YouTube, just like following your favorite creators here. That being said, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve. Would you like to exit appropriately?
You know it.
Thank you, Eve. I appreciate that. Last night I was in with Doug for a little while, our buddy Dougie. By the way, the link to Doug's Discord is also in my link tree. If you want to consider, he's awesome. We love Dougie. This guy came up, and I hope he sends me the clip. So, Doug, if you're in the chat, we were talking about. He mentioned something about we said, okay, when prices don't come down, let's pick a date. 7 months. Okay, so 7-8 months, and if prices don't come down in 7 or 8 months, who are you going to hold responsible? His answer was Joe Biden. I shit you not. Then we said, okay, so do you mean the previous president then has that level of influence on something that specific with the current president? And he said, yes. So then I said, okay, so then the first 8 months of the Biden presidency was Trump's fault, right? And of course, you know, his answer was no. It was like, I couldn't believe it. And Dougie, you get some of MAGA's finest, so to speak. Yeah. All right. I want to go back to some of this audio. You guys remember Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman? Well, he's been doing the media tour because he's now a pardoned felon as well. And I think what he has to say is interesting. Let me see if I can find it. And then we have to talk about the Silk Road pardon, because that's a big one that the Trump team does not want to talk about. All right, where is it? Here it is. So he was interviewed on, I think it was on BBC. This one's a bit longer, but I think it's important again because remember, we're listening to what they're not, the questions that they're not answering.
You wrote on X after you'd heard the news, "Thank you, President Trump. I'm going to buy some mother effing guns." Because presumably...
Thank you, President Trump. I'm going to go out and buy some mother effing guns. Okay.
Now your record has been wiped clean. You are allowed to buy guns again. Is that what you're going to do? Have you gone out and bought them already?
Oh, yeah. Well, I want you to think about something. The mockingbirds in the media and the government demonized me. They made me social pariah. They attached things like QAnon, conspiracy.
I'm sorry, the media demonized you? It wasn't the fact that you wore a Viking helmet and spewed Q rhetoric in one of the first few people to enter the Capitol on January 6th with the other insurrectionist traitors, but it's the media that did it, right? Got it.
Conspiracy theorist, white supremacist, insurrectionist, racist, homophobe, terrorist. They attached all those labels to my image. And then they imprisoned me for 27 months, 10 and a half in solitary confinement.
Because you're a criminal and you were found guilty.
And then they released me to the public as social pariah without the ability to own a firearm. So I can...
Because you're a convicted felon, dumbass.
Never really actually bring in a gun to a gunfight. I always have to bring a knife to a gunfight. And you do realize how wrong that is, right?
Jay, you pleaded guilty.
Exactly. You pled guilty. So when she confronts him with this is a really good interview. I think people can learn from... U.S. media can learn from the BBC as to how they interview. They do not relent. They do not toss up these softballs. They force their interviewees to answer the question, okay?
I pleaded guilty. So, is this how we do things in England, I say? Yes, you can't see, the forest for the trees, my dear. Hmm?
Why did you plead guilty then?
Have you ever been in solitary confinement before?
Tell me why you pled guilty.
I'm asking you the question, dear. Have you ever been in solitary confinement? The answer is no. Have you ever had the media and the government simultaneously mischaracterizing your involvement in some sort of a politicized...
Again, remember the question that she asked. Why did you plead guilty? Okay? That was the question that she asked. Why did you plead guilty? Everybody else, it's fault. It's the victim's fault. It's not our problem that you've been called a racist, bigot, homophobe, terrorist. Maybe that's because you are a racist, homophobe, terrorist, bigot. If the horns fit, my guy.
Travesty that is being used to actually circumvent the law and certify an election that in every way, shape, and form has all the hallmarks of a regime change and corruption.
Still focusing on the 2020 election, not willing to admit that it was not stolen. Right, here we are.
I mean, you've never been in my shoes. You don't want to be in my shoes. You're too afraid to be in my shoes. That's why you're behind the camera that you're behind, and I'm behind the one that I'm behind.
And that's why I'm asking you to give me an insight into why you pleaded guilty.
Right.
I just gave it to you. But like I said, you can't see the forest for the trees, my dear.
Explain it to me. Go on.
No. I am in no way, shape, or form obligated to explain anything to you, especially now.
What do you mean, especially now? Because you're a free man and you've been part. Well, you were released a little while ago.
Not just that. I've been vindicated more.
There you go. Stuart Rhodes, no regrets. Stuart Rhodes, again, we were there to defend Trump supporters against Antifa. Jacob, what's his name? Jacob Chansley, whatever the fuck his name is, the QAnon shaman, poor Jacob, pled guilty, wouldn't answer the question, instead criticizes her for calling him a conspiracy theorist wackadoo while he's spewing conspiracy theory wackadoo sentiment. They want us to forget this happened, and we can't. It's fucking crazy. Unbelievable. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We appreciate y'all. Gypsy, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Said no one ever. But I'll get through.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay in my positive right now. I'm moving out of my angry phase and my hateful and vindictive phase for what a few people have done to us in this country. But I wanted just to make people aware that we do need to not back down. We don't need to comply, but we also need to make sure that we are safe and that those around us are safe. And we need to start moving into preparation mode. We need to be stocking up on our goods. We need to have an evacuation plan. We need to prepare for the worst while we're doing these things. And I think far too many of us are still stuck in the I'm angry and I'm lashing out and I want to fight with these people and argue. And I think it's time for us to take the road that they're not prepared to take at this point.
Yeah, I interesting. Leading up to the election, there was talk about MAGA wanting a CW on domestic soil, and I think it's now. And I'm not advocating for this, but you're right. There's a term, La Migra, which is an informal Mexican American Spanish language term for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Border Patrol. So some advice that's been given to me to share that if you're in a community. And you are under threat by that community just because of the color of your skin, and you see ICE officers around, what we've been advised to suggest to people is that you yell La Migra. So that would be another way to perhaps help protect others. But I think you're right. I think we have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Exactly. Well, I thank you. I just wanted to come up and put that out there because I don't think there's enough of us talking about getting prepared for what's actually coming. So
agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gypsy. I appreciate you being here.
Have a great day.
You too. Oh, sorry. Constitution's awesome. What does skin color have to do with illegal immigration? You didn't get the memo, did you? Probably not. Wow, that's quite the comment. I don't even know what to say about that one. That's wild. Damn. Anyway. Right, Jenny? Bridget, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thank you.
I kind of wanted to ask the person that was just up here a question. But I'm I'm black, I'm queer, I'm an atheist, I'm like all the things that,
check
you know.
every box, right?
Yep, I do. So we have seriously, and I live in Florida. We have been looking into leaving the country. Like we're kind of at that point. But what do we do? Like, where do we put our money to be safe? That's what I want to know. I was going to ask her. She's like, stockpiling stuff. But where do we put our money?
Well, I can't speak to your community, but I remember when Fani Willis was being questioned, and she was talked about how her dad always advised her to have cash on hand, and I've been told that that is something that is pretty prominent within the BIPOC community in particular, especially for Black women, that they're told to always have cash on hand. I can't speak to that, but that would make sense. We know that the FDIC, which is the Federal Depository Insurance Corporation, which protects our money in banks, that's under threat now. So
right.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm just wondering, like, if the shit goes down and we can't go to the bank. I mean, it won't. I don't know. I hope things don't get that bad, but I'm just wondering, like, do I put our money in offshore account? Like, I mean, I'm seriously. Yeah, like somebody said, the Cayman Islands. Like, I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, like they talk about credit unions a lot. I bank with credit unions. I'm fortunate, small credit union in my state, and that's where I do my banking. I have for a very, very long time. I'm not an expert on that. I know someone who is. So at some point, maybe we'll have a live dedicated to that. I know there's been a lot of talk about crypto. There's been a lot of talk about everything. In fact, we're going to do a live on that topic next week, and maybe we can touch on this a little bit more too.
Okay, cool. So credit unions, people are saying, it looks like. Okay.
I mean,
Thank you.
I mean, that's only because they're smaller. It's not that they're not subjected to regulations, because they are, but it's not a large multinational conglomerate. They're small, local, things like that. You guys should, by the way, watch the movie called The Bank of Dave. Not the sequel, but the original, The Bank of Dave. I think it's on Netflix. I know Eric has talked about this before. It's based on a true story, and watch it. I'll just tell everybody to watch it. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate everything you do. Bye.
Thank you a lot. See you later. Okay. I'm still focused on that comment. Like, what does the color of skin have to do with immigration, illegal immigration? Gotta be fucking kidding me. Really? That's a very privileged thing to say. Very privileged thing to say. Two places we bank at, putting everything in the credit union. That makes sense. Yeah. I know they are, but I know. I'm not an expert in this by any means. All right. So we've heard from Jacob Chansley. Is it Chansley? Yeah. We've heard from Stuart Rhodes. We've heard from MTG. We've heard from Mike Johnson, right? So then we heard from Michael Fanone, right, who was the officer who was tased with a stun gun. And you heard MTG talk about a stun gun? Let me sharpen my talons. I'll get you, my pretty. A stun gun? She's trying to make the argument that it's no big deal that police officers were beat up. At the same time, all summer long during 2020. All summer long. During that summer, all she talked about was officers being assaulted. And there were some. And people were arrested and held accountable. So, you do you, MTG. You do you. All right, I have some more audio. I want to play. So, you guys recall the controversy around what Bishop Mariana Edgar Buddha, I think it's Boudet or Boud. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it, so I'm going to butcher it. So I'm just going to say Boudet, about what she had said during the sermon, where she basically said, there's a lot of marginalized communities here in our country, and I would hope you would show them grace, President Trump. But we don't expect that to happen. Anyway. So remember what Trump said about that. You guys remember what I'm talking about, right? There was this whole the prayer breakfast on Tuesday, and he was pissed that she called him out. And this is what he said about that, and I'll just read this just for context again. Let's see if I can find it. Stand by. Everybody please keep tapping and share. By the way, it was Melania and Trump's 20th anniversary. I know you guys care about that. Want to send him a card? Sure. Let's send him a bag of poop and drop it on the front and light it and drop it on the front porch. So this is what he said about her, okay?
The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and unalived people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It's a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She's not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. MAGA 2024 5 or whatever.
So then she went on record in an interview, and she talked about, again, his statement that she and her church thus owes him an apology. Well, this is what she had to say.
There is a need to apologize for a request for mercy. And I don't feel that there is a need to apologize, to speak to the unity of this country that includes people that were not at all referenced in the unity that he spoke of the day before in his inaugural address. So no, I don't feel the need to apologize. I regret that it was something that has caused the kind of response that it has, in the sense that it actually confirmed the very thing that I was speaking of earlier, which is our tendency to jump to outrage and not speak to one another with respect. But no, I won't apologize for what I said.
That's brilliant. And this is, by the way, this is what she said. You heard Trump's response. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you, and as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. This came up just one day after Trump issued a slate of executive orders going after those marginalized communities. Trump criticized Booth's remarks, writing after midnight Wednesday, the so-called bishop. So she stands there, a woman of God, saying that there are people in our country that are now under threat because of the things that you've said. And he got pissed, cried all night, went after her, demanded an apology, and she's like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. That is the 47th president of the United States, ladies and gentlemen. Traitor, felon, coward, simp. Hi, Heather. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. What's going on?
Thank you for bringing me up. I just wanted to talk about the cap on insulin executive order that he got rid of. So now insulin is likely to go back up to being over $1,000. And even if you have insurance, it may not cover all of it. So your prescription still could be $200, $300 a month. And it's a life-saving medication. And so now millions of Americans are not going to be able to afford their insulin and will likely unalive because of it. So I just wanted to bring attention to that because I don't think a lot of people knew about that one. That one kind of skated under the radar. So I just wanted to talk about that real quick.
I absolutely, we talked about this yesterday. I'm really glad you brought that up. So remember what one of the promises was to lower the cost of just about everything for American citizens. By the way, gas is up another penny today. So it's gone up every day since the inauguration, just as a reminder. And one of the historic pieces of legislation that was passed under the Biden administration was the Inflation Reduction Act. And in that act, there were billions of dollars dedicated to lower the cost of pharmaceuticals, insulin being one. I think there was 15 or 20 other drugs that were on that list, and allowing Medicare, Medicaid to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies to keep the costs low. I don't know how anybody would be unhappy with that, because again, Republican, Independent, Democrat, atheist, Christian, Jew, Muslim, it doesn't matter. everybody who needs pharmaceuticals in our country would benefit from that. Because Trump is so, just cannot accept the fact that there was legislation passed that didn't have his name on it, he wants to erase history. And they will attempt to introduce new legislation to provide potential coverage for people, but this is where we're at. People's lives are literally at risk because of his pen. That's it.
I fear for my job. I'm a mental health nurse. I work with eating disorder patients. And I also work heavily with the trans community because eating disorders affect the trans community at a higher rate. I'm scared for what that means for my job. I'm scared for what it means for healthcare for my job, if I'll even end up having a job in a year because of this.
Yes.
And I love my job, so that breaks my heart because I've been a nurse for about 10 years, and in that time, I could never find what I like to do. I regretted even going to school for being a nurse. And now I love being a nurse and I love my job and I'm so grateful to have it. And I'm worried that it's going to go away because of Trump's selfishness.
Yeah, and it's not just selfishness, Heather. It's the connection to the oligarchy. I mean, he sees an opportunity. The suffering is the point. You know, you want to make people suffer. And actually, I have a background. I think it's perfect for that. He wants to make people suffer, and he'll do it at any cost, right? So, you know, in USA in 2025, with suffering and anguish for all, unless you're white.
I mean, exactly. And then just real quick, I wanted to say thank you for having me up, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you very much.
Have a great day.
You too. See you later. Which brings up a very, very incredibly important point, and we talked about this yesterday, right? Remember, we still talk to Trump supporters when we do, and in leading up to the conversations, you guys know we've had thousands of conversations. And I think it's safe to say that the majority of people, when asked why they would support Trump, was because of prices and the border, right? No new wars, whatever. Prices and the border. I think it's safe to say that the overwhelming majority were in those two categories, right? So you now have ICE raids in towns where people's lives are under threat, right? We're now talking about the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, and they're trying to use language in the Emergency Powers Act by the president declaring invasion in his executive order. By the way, he mentioned the word invasion 19 times, which is by design because the president can determine if there is an invasion, which allows them to use the U.S. military as they sent the U.S. military to border towns, right, to prop up law enforcement, ICE, Border Patrol, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So here we are. People who are of brown skin are under threat. Like we talked about before. How would we know? How would someone know? How would someone know if someone is illegal unless you stop and ask them? That is a violation of a person's constitutional rights. Plain and simple. Add that now to the promises to lower prices. I'm going to end inflation. I'm going to lower your prices. Ever since he was elected, the price of eggs and gas eggs we know are on the rise coming into January. So prices have been going up. And the price of gas is going up as well. And of course, the mind of MAGA means that that's Joe Biden's fault, right? This is where we're at, with suffering and anguish for all, unless you're white. It's true. It's true. So I know if it makes you feel uncomfortable, I don't really care if it makes you feel uncomfortable. It's true. Mary Jane, good morning. How are you today?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me on. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right.
Well, I requested to join, to give some background. I am a trans woman, Latina, and veteran for 2.5 years in Iraq, at the Iraq War. And,
thank you for your service, Mary Jane.
Thank you. And even though, I fought for this country and everyone's rights, it doesn't seem to apply to me, right? Because it seems like I'm getting attacked on all fronts. But what worries me the most is not myself, but others, especially this country with, the increment in sending troops to Mexico. And here's where I wanted to get your your input. I mean, to the border with Mexico, and then also changing the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, and then also denouncing the cartels as terrorists, which is something similar to what happened during 9/11, where we had to categorize them as a terrorist group, ISIS, to then be able to go into the country without any worries. So I feel like something like that might be happening now, where everything is getting propped and staged up to take over Mexico, and it's not like Republicans haven't mentioned this in the past. So just wanted to get your input on what do you think about that?
Specifically, the U.S. military at the border, that part,
That also
and the Gulf of America thing.
and the terrorist thing, yeah,
Yeah, I
with
mean,
the cartel.
again, let's and we'll use T-risks just because of TikTok to speak.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. It's okay. So I was reading into this, and there's what's referred to as posse comitatus, which doesn't allow U.S. military to be deployed on U.S. soil. But because, again, of the language that Trump used in the executive order, invasion, he used it 19 times. The president has what's referred to, I think it's the Emergency Powers Act, which covers the ability for him to declare a state of emergency, a national emergency, and he's done that. He doesn't even need justification to do it, because if we look at border crossings, they're lower the last month of the Biden administration than they were during points of the Trump administration. So the data, of course, doesn't support it. It's more about the hate-filled rhetoric, right? So I think it's going to end extremely badly. I think innocent lives will be lost. I think people will be swept up into this. I think American citizens who happen to have brown skin will be questioned, and they won't have to justify their responses because they're protected under the law. And I think we will see acts of violence against marginalized communities. Tom Homan, the border czar, has already said he wants a hotline, like a vigilante hotline. Like if you see a brown-skinned person, you think they might be an illegal, then here's the number that you call. I think it's going to be, really bad, really bad.
Okay.
That's that part. As far as the Gulf of America, I think it's nonsense. He can't just rename a body of water. That's just because he's just trying to get people to all excited about this whole America First bullshit. It is the Gulf of Mexico. He's not going to be able to rename it. That's just stupid. That's part of the distraction while the billionaires continue to rip us off. And as far as the cartels being labeled T-risk groups, I can certainly see the importance of identifying an issue, but I don't know if the labeling of a T-risk group qualifies. I mean, I think Kamala Harris proved to be very successful in going after transnational gangs, and she was extremely successful in prosecuting them and holding them accountable. We do have laws, and apparently the current administration and his supporters don't really care about those kinds of things. So I guess we'll have to see how that goes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your insight. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your lives.
Thank you, Mary Jane. I appreciate you very much. You have a lovely day.
You too. Goodbye.
Okay. Bye. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, right? It's a weird. What's this article here? Hold on. 46. He's starting his presidency with a 47% approval rating. So he's never been above. He's never been above 50%, not once. Americans were already sour on some of his first moves. Thank you, AD. Nearly 58% of responders to the poll said the president should not be pardoning all convicted of crimes during the January 6, 2021 assault on the Capitol. Right. Interesting. Yeah. Why would you want to, if you care about law and order, why would you want to pardon people who were convicted of crimes like beating up cops? I don't know. The one, how are you today?
What up, dude?
How's it going?
I'm going good. I actually tagged you in a little reply about your video I saw this morning for the first time. I've actually never seen you before until this morning. You said about Elon's little gesture or whatever.
Yeah?
Yeah. So
do you have
I've got some photos that you should go look at on my page of like 5 or 6 Democrats doing the same gesture.
You think a photo is the same thing as video?
So it's the same thing, yeah.
Oh, a
Yeah.
photo. So
Are they still making that gesture?
So somebody doing this and waving is the same thing as Elon slapping his chest and saluting at a 45-degree angle? You think that's the same thing?
Did they make the gesture?
No, waving. Have you ever done this in your life?
Sounds like excuses. Sounds like you're making
No, it
excuses.
sounds like you're a Yahtzee sympathizer.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, it's so tired with this.
No, it's not my problem, my guy. You're a Yahtzee sympathizer.
Gotcha.
It's not my problem.
So you know me
because we can find photos. I'm sure you have photos doing this too, right?
No.
You don't have. You've never done this. You've never waved
Nope.
anybody like that.
No, never done it.
You've never done that.
Don't think so. No.
You've never seen your sister wife across the parking lot of Walmart and wave to them.
So hold on. So because it's okay for people to do it, just not Elon.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah, he said my heart goes out to you. And then took his heart.
After he did that twice, right? After he did that twice.
So
do you know what the history of that salute comes from? Are you aware of Elon's anti-Semitic history? Are you aware of that?
Hold on.
Are you aware of any of
the
it?
salute? Because it's not what he did.
It's not?
No, the palm has to be facing down. His palm is facing towards the people.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it.
Let's do that. Let me know if this is too loud.
Is his palm facing down?
Yeah, it's not.
It's not? His palm's not facing down?
It's up. It's up.
It's up? His palm's not facing down?
No, Trump's is more down than Elon's.
Oh, is Trump doing it too, or is Trump waving to the crowd?
I think he's waving. His pinky's down a little bit. He's probably waving out.
So okay. So then, interesting. What about this picture? Let me show you this one. What about this picture? What are they doing?
In black.
Okay, I'm going to show you some video. How about that? Can I show you some video? So when I show you video, are you going to care?
No, I'm listening. I'm not going to believe that he's a Yahtzee. I'm not going to believe it. No, come on, man. Like, that's a little. Here's the thing. It's like
you don't know about his history, though, do you? That's my
well,
point. You don't know about his history.
I know enough about Elon to know that I don't think he's that. But here's the thing. If you guys call everyone that, it's so tired that even if he was,
wait a minute.
No one's going to believe when you guys say it.
What do you know? Wait a minute. What do you know about his history?
I think he's an entrepreneur. He's a successful businessman.
So are you saying it won't matter when I show you the video of him doing? Would you believe that these guys are neo-Yazis? Because they're self-identified as such.
I mean, they look pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so they are self-identified as such. So if I show you some video of him doing the exact same thing that they're doing, would you not accept that?
That's it. Yeah, let's go.
So I'm just asking you.
I'm curious. Now you've got my curiosity.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking you. When I show you the video of him doing exactly what they're doing, you identified these guys as I asked you. You said yes. You accepted the fact that they are neo-Yazis.
They're saying he's saying I'm a neo-Nazi, whatever. I don't know if I can say that, whatever. But I'm an
Yahtzee.
and I'm
no,
that.
that's not.
And
Listen, I just need you to listen for a second. I just need you to listen, okay?
Yeah.
I'm asking you. These guys are self-identified as neo-Yazis, okay? Yeah. Self-identified. Now, if I show you a video that has him doing exactly what these guys are doing, would you accept that, or will you try to make excuses for it?
Okay, so when you say exactly what they're doing, they are self-proclaiming that they are that they are Yahtzees.
No,
and they are doing the gestures. So you're saying he is doing that.
They are self. Do you know what self-proclaimed means?
Yeah, they're saying yeah.
They're saying what? That they are what?
They are Yahtzees.
Okay, so then they would make that symbol, that gesture that he made. So when I show you the video of him doing exactly what it is,
again, you're diluting what I'm saying. So I hear you.
I'm just trying to understand here. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. Hold on, stop talking.
You're taking the first part out.
Stop talking. This is what I'm trying to understand here. This group of people, self-identified as neo-Yazis, they are doing the exact same thing that Elon did, the exact same gesture, the pounding of the chest, the forcing the hand in the air at a 45-degree angle. When I show you that video, will you accept the fact that he is doing a Yahtzee salute?
Only if he's self-proclaiming to be a Yahtzee. That's the important part. That's
okay,
the
so
important
let me understand. Let me understand
I
this.
can do
Let me
something.
understand
I
this.
can
Hold on a
do
second.
something
Let me
that's
understand.
racist.
Stop
But
talking.
if I'm
Stop
saying,
talking.
"Oh, I'm
Let
not
me
racist,"
stop talking.
then
Shut up.
I
Shut up.
didn't mean
Shut
it.
up. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up. Listen.
Nice.
You're saying now that a person who has a history of anti-Semitism, a person who is aligned with the German, I think it's the AfD, which is the modern version of the Yahtzee Party in Germany, who's retweeted some of the most disgusting anti-Semitic tweets that imaginable on his own platform. Now you're saying that he would have to proclaim that he is a Yahtzee for you to believe it?
How it works, yeah.
Okay, you can get
You
the
can't.
fuck out of here. Can you believe that, you guys? Like, I've got a picture. I can guarantee you that you could look back in my photos of my life, and all of us will have done that, right? All of us will have just done the wave, put our hand in the air, wave to our friends, right? It's just like this picture. They want to think that they want people to believe that this picture is the same thing, right? And they said, "Oh, I've got a picture. I tagged you in a picture." I wish I could play video better. I've got it someplace. I can't do that. It pisses me off. I'm gonna message my team and maybe somebody come up. Actually, give me a second, guys, because this is important. This is really important. Hold on a second. Where is it? Hold on. That's fucking crazy. My God. If you guys, the video that's on my page, I literally just created the video, and I pulled the video, and they did the side-by-side comparison of exactly what Elon did. Let me find. All right. So this is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to play it. Stand by. Flip my camera around. Okay. And then you guys can tell me what they're doing here.
Thank you.
Watch that. Okay?
Thank you.
One more time.
Thank you.
One more time.
Thank you.
One more time.
Thank you.
I think we've made our point. Hold on a second. That's crazy to be that much of a simp that you can't accept the reality of what we saw. That's nuts. But I'm sure that won't be enough to satisfy our Yahtzee sympathizers, right? Can you believe that? I have it in Discord. I'll send it, guys. I'm sorry. You guys know me in tech. The fact that I navigated through that without taking the live down is shocking. It's just shocking. My God. We're not going to let them gaslight us on that. We know what the fuck we saw. That's crazy. I will post it. It's posted. The video I did a series of videos on that. If you go back, you can see the video on my page. And of course, our friend, the Yahtzee sympathizer, wouldn't accept that. Julia, you can request again. Looks like you might have timed out. Man, oh man. That's nuts. What else do you need to see? Well, just we can use the same argument that they use when it comes to sexual assault. Unless somebody was there to see it, didn't happen. Hi, Shadow.
Hey, man.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. What's on your mind today?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the AFD because the AFG because that is proof that he is a Yazzie supporter.
Absolutely. His family was part of the Canadian Bund. There's no doubt about it. Do you want to listen? Do you think you gain national prominence? Hey, just everybody, I want you all to know, I'm the richest man in the world. I just bought the presidency. Oh, and by the way, I'm a neo-Yahtzee. That's not really how it works. You just do shit like you did.
And I don't understand how, like, most of Europe saw that and were like, oh my God.
Exactly. And the far right people who support that ideology, groups like that, came out and cheered for it.
Yeah. But also, I am having a bad taste with the democratic political entities too, because
Me too.
Because the Anti-Defamation League came up like, oh no, he really didn't do that.
Oh, that was bullshit. They've lost all credibility. They've lost all credibility.
And then you have 46 Democrats that voted for that new immigration bill yesterday.
I know.
It just, we need another alternative, and quick. We really do.
We do. You're absolutely right. We do, which is part of what we're talking about. Again, yesterday we talked about. Sorry, having a banana. Yesterday we talked about what people are going to do to make things different, to make a difference. How are we going to save America? The fact that we literally had somebody up here trying to think they have a gotcha moment because Barack or Michelle or AOC or Tim Walz or somebody waved to the crowd, and then when you play the video, it won't fucking matter. It won't matter.
No.
A self-identified neo-Yahtzee group who was terrorizing people at Disney World in Florida in the fall of 2023, doing the exact same motion. Now, Yahtzee sympathizer who was here a little while ago, I dare you to walk out in public and do that and see the reaction. Will they think that you're just waving to a crowd? Go to a Jewish community center. Go stand in front of a Holocaust survivor and see what they say. I bet you won't, you fucking coward.
Right, exactly. And yeah, it's just, we need another alternative, because it's like, I have ideas, but I don't have millions and millions of dollars to start one. You know what I mean? It's just like, we just need an alternative now, because this is getting out of hand when you have 1/5 of the House voting for stuff like this.
I know, man.
1/5 of the Democrats of the House, I meant.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, we have to elect progressives. The status quo Democrats are feckless and cowardice. I believe they support legislation that will benefit more Americans, but they're still slaves to corporate America too. They'll still take their donors' cash. They'll still defend corporation. They don't want to raise the corporate tax rate high enough.
I mean,
they're slaves to the machine, just like at least they want to pass legislation that will defend some rights. But we need progressives. Elect progressives. People who will push.
And don't get me wrong, I voted for Harris, but I saw the writing on the wall when, right after that debate, people on MSNBC were saying that, you know, these donors are pulling money from Biden because of what he looked like and how he spoke and so forth. And I'm like, since when has the Democratic Party bent the knee to the wealthy instead of the will of the people? That question's never been answered for me.
Exactly. Thanks for jumping in today, Shadow. I appreciate
Thank you.
Buddy. See you later. Shadow and I disagree on a lot, but we've had good conversations about things. Again, I want everybody to kind of go through that exercise. So the mouth breather said, hey, I put a picture up on the video you did this morning, and I did 3 sequentially, responding to somebody saying that we should just get over. Somebody said we should just get over Elon Musk, who bought the presidency using the Yahtzee salute. We should just get over it. Yeah, no. And then I did. You guys know me. I made some historical connections to the Roman salute, which was adopted by Mussolini, right? The good old fascist Benito. And then that was adopted by the Germans, and they referred to it as part of their German pedigree, right? Which we all know what that symbol is. So he thinks because he has a picture of Elizabeth Warren or Hillary or Barack or Kamala or AOC or Tim Walz waving to the crowd that that's the same thing. We play the video of a self-identified, I think I have a picture of this group, the self-identified neo-Yahtzee group. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, the same guy in the picture. That dude right there. Neo-Yahtzee group spews hate. Self-identified neo-Yahtzee group. Alt-right, using Parler and Telegram to recruit young boys. Yeah. 4 flags emblazoned with Yahtzee insignias. Elon Musk doing the exact same thing? Fuck y'all. You're not going to fucking gaslight us on this. We know exactly what we saw. Jeez, I mean, do you have, I mean, again, this is what I want to say to that guy. The captain has turned on the shut the fuck up sign. I'm hot today, in case you didn't figure it out. That shit just pisses me off when we literally have the information in front of us and they are so unbelievably indoctrinated into the cult that they can't even accept what they just saw. It's crazy. Man, oh man. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Let's get our likes up if we could, friends. Help us stay on the FYP. I appreciate you all.
Good morning.
Baby Katie, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I am fucking zen, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
It's hard. It's hard right now. I just kind of wanted to touch on the fact that this party has said, you know, we're going to use common sense and rationality, basically.
Right.
It's probably hard to admit that you've fought with your family and you've lost friends and you've stood up for this group and you're willing to say and do anything and say you didn't see what you saw. But it's getting real. So you need to make those apologies and come to the realization that there's all of this circumstantial evidence that's telling you that we saw what we saw, and it's time to own that. It's time to stop making excuses.
It's not even circumstantial, baby. It's real. We saw what we saw. We know.
Right.
See, what people don't know, and to your point, what people don't know is he has a history of anti-Semitism.
Right, exactly.
We know who he is. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think it's time to get with your family that's been telling you for a really long time that this party is running just on racism and hate. And that's not what we stand for in this country. And if that's what you're trying to do, we're not going back. So
I totally agree, baby. Thank you for being here today. I
absolutely.
appreciate you very much.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much. See you later. Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. Two things before you ask. The fires that are around me are out.
Okay, well, that was my next question.
I figured it would be.
These were closer. These were closer this time.
They were closer. Anthony pinged me last night. Same thing. Yeah, they're out. And the big one that started up a couple of days ago, it's now mostly contained. So, yeah. Welcome to sunny California.
I'll be there in a month.
Just giving you the heads up, man. The one point I've really not heard anybody bring up, and if you have, forgive me, when they talk about Elon Musk and this salute and blah, 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 for the first 19 years of Elon Musk's life, where was he living?
Oh, exactly.
Apartheid South Africa.
Correct.
So to act like this is some sort of a stretch on our part, have they forgotten, which we already know the answer, yes. Have they forgotten apartheid?
Well, they can't spell car. Never mind what they understand what apartheid is.
Well, yeah, there is that. It bugs me so much. And we've talked about this over and over and over again. The just complete disingenuousness of their arguments. And it's like, go 10 toes down and say, yeah.
Just say it. Exactly.
And
just say it.
Yeah, say he did it, and I don't like that.
Or you know what? I kind of do like the Yahtzees, so I support it.
Yeah, exactly. It's the party is already acknowledging their fascism. They're already they are basically shutting down any communication in and out of the government.
Correct. Health agencies can't report out. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So why is it that we're the crazy one?
Right. That's a different conversation. But
okay. Yeah. But they act like, how can you guys think this way? Oh, gee, I'm sorry. We can do math. We understand history. We're the guys who keep saying, hey, if you don't know your history, it's going to repeat itself. And you guys go, I like potatoes. Jesus.
Yeah. No, I mean, I listen. We draw comparisons to history because history rhymes, right? Yeah. And I think it was Victoria who said this. I used to say history repeats itself, but I like history rhymes better.
Yeah.
And I think what we see with this guy is what we've seen sort of evolving within the far right movement in America. We touched it on the alt-right, the growth in the alt-right. Southern Poverty Law Council has been tracking this for a very long time. The rise of hate groups. And this is a cautionary plea to parents. They are targeting your young men, between 18 and 23. They are targeting that group of young white men in particular. So if you are a parent of a young man between the ages of 18 and 23 years old, I would say, fuck their privacy.
Yeah.
I would say, get in their face, ask them questions, find out where they're being influenced and how, because they are seeing rise in membership, and people are joining these groups at an elevated rate, and they are targeting your baby boys. So what are you going to do, parents?
Well,
what are you going to do?
Yeah, we've certainly seen the if not rise in number, rise in vocalization of incels.
Oh yeah.
And and how many young men between 18 and 23 have an opinion on women and women's bodies? Boys, you don't know your ass from a Pop-Tart. You haven't been old enough or experienced enough to form an opinion yet. But you sure as hell got one.
Well, thanks for keeping me safe. Let me know you're safe out there, buddy.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. And just make sure you're keeping me updated, will you? So I have to plug
Absolutely, I will. And you have a good day, brother. And we'll talk soon.
Later, man. See you later. Rusty's right. Like, and again, I want to say this again. I've been reading a lot about this, and we know that the rise of hate groups created online, for the most part, they tend to feed off of, or those groups tend to target people who feel isolated. Oftentimes, they are members of just they're socially awkward. It's not the high school quarterback. It's not the prom king. It's not the A student. They're radicalized in a different way to be simps for billionaires. But these are people that would be considered outcasts, right? The loner kid, right? Those are the ones that are being targeted. 18 to 23 years old. It's scary as shit. Pay attention, parents. All right. So I want to go back to J6, and I've got some more guests. We'll bring some more folks up in just a second. Okay. Let's go back to this one, because I think it's relevant for today's conversation. Okay. Ross Ulbricht. Okay, I'll tell you guys who Ross Ulbricht was. Ross Ulbricht, also known as Dread Pirate Roberts, was sentenced to life in federal prison for operating Silk Road websites. More than $200 million in illicit drugs and other illicit goods were bought and sold on the site. Ross was sentenced Friday in federal court to life in prison in connection with his operation and ownership of Silk Road, a hidden website designed to enable its users to buy and sell illicit substances and other unlawful goods and services anonymously and beyond the reach of law enforcement between January 2011 and October 2013. He actually ended up getting 2 life sentences. The sentence was announced by Preet Bharara, a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Ulbricht was found guilty of each of 7 charges he faced following a 4-week jury trial. U.S. District Judge Catherine B. Forrest imposed the sentence May 29th. Make no mistake, Ulbricht was a drug dealer and criminal profiteer who exploited people's addictions and contributed to the unaliving of at least 24 young people. Ulbricht went from hiding his cybercrime identity to becoming the face of a cybercrime, and as today's sentence proves, no one is above the law. According to the evidence presented at trial, statements made during other public proceedings, including the sentence and other court documents, Ulbricht created Silk Road in January 2011 and owned and operated the underground website until it was shut down by law enforcement and authorities in October 2013. Silk Road emerged as the most sophisticated and extensive criminal marketplace on the internet, serving as a sprawling black market bazaar where unlawful goods and services, including substances of virtually all varieties, including the F drug, by the way, were bought and sold regularly by the site's users. While in operation, Silk Road was used by thousands of dealers and other unlawful vendors to distribute hundreds to thousands of kilograms of illicit substances and other lawful goods to over 100,000 buyers, and to launder hundreds of millions of dollars deriving from these unlawful transactions. Why do I bring up Ross Ulbricht, you asked? Well, that's because he was pardoned by Donald Trump yesterday. Hold on.
I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement, which supported me so strongly, it was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son, Ross. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day representation of government against me. He was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years. Ridiculous. MAGA 2024 or 5 or whatever.
So again, these stories don't necessarily get called out, but Ross Ulbricht, a twice or 7-time convicted felon, no wonder Trump likes him so much, sentenced to multiple life sentences, led to the unaliving of at least a dozen people that we know of, and this massive underground network on the dark web called Silk Road. You can read about it. He was one of those people that was pardoned. And again, it's about Trump. The libertarian movement. So he's going after, think about the groups he's going after. He pardons hold on a second. All right. Shit. We might, hold on a second. Got a flag, but that's all right. We'll see how it goes. Why would he want to pardon him? That's a really good question. He pardons the J6 rioters because he wants the vote of the far-right extremists, right? He pardons all of them. He pardons this guy, Ross Ulbricht, because he wants the libertarian vote. He pardons convicted felons like Charles Kushner so he can put them in his cabinet. And we were supposed to be angry that Joe Biden pardoned his son? Or that Joe Biden pardoned people like Anthony Fauci and Mark Milley and members of the J6 committee because Donald Trump has said publicly that he will go after them. And we can't have Mike Johnson saying, the president's got unlimited power. They can pardon whoever the hell they want. Unless it's Joe Biden, right? Yeah. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. I know. Exactly, Missy. That's exactly right. Hi, Heather. How are you today?
Oh, hey, I just had a quick question.
Ask away.
You'd said something earlier about Elon Musk's parents being a part of some Canadian organization. Yeah. I was just curious what that was.
Yeah, so the Bund is it was American. It was an American Yahtzee party. So the Bund was part of that. So there's a rally that was held in Madison Square Garden decades ago that was in support of the American Yahtzee movement. This will go back to the 30s. So when Trump had that rally at Madison Square Garden, there was a lot of connections made to the American Bund. His parents were part of the Canadian Bund. So it's a Western Hemisphere Yahtzee sort of wannabe group.
Okay, maybe I'm not spelling it correctly, but when I Google it, I'm not finding anything.
I'll post some stories on it. It's because of his family's connection to alt-right and his family's connection to this level of their sympathizing towards the Yahtzee movement. And don't forget, he grew up in South Africa. It's B-U-N-T. It's Bund.
B-U-N-T. Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, I'm Canadian, so that kind of sparked my interest.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty disturbing when you start to look. So there's an American version of it. I forget the full title, but it's like, I don't want to mispronounce it, but it's all connected to, like I said, the Western Hemisphere. Canada and the U.S. had these. Well, again, we've always had it. There's Yahtzees everywhere.
Yes.
So, but the fact that it's been, it's now apparently being celebrated in Republican circles.
That's disturbing.
Anything else, Heather?
No, that was all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
You got it. I think it actually is BUND now that I think about it. I think, I've got it. I'm going to do a video on it. I started pulling together some data last night. There's a pretty checkered history in Mr. Musk's past, without question. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We appreciate y'all very, very much. As a reminder, if you want to support the channel, you can do so above my head. Those are my pay apps. Also, in the link tree that is in my bio, you'll find the Facts Hub. If you click that link, it will take you to our fourth wall page, which is going to kind of be our HQ. Go to the perks section, and then you can subscribe there. So I want to thank all new subscribers. I appreciate you guys very, very much. If you would consider subscribing over there, perhaps let your subscription lapse here and or just decide to subscribe over there. We have a feeling that that's going to be, never mind a feeling, that's going to be the new hub. You get discounts on merch items. You get access to subscribers-only events. And we are working towards getting a subscriber-only event organized, but we need 500 subscribers. We're about 125 away. So thank you all very, very much. Appreciate you guys. All right. The new hub. What's the new hub? I'll show you. Just be easier. Let me just do this real quick. So if you go to my link tree, which is here, so you click that button, the Facts Hub, it takes you to here, which is our FactsStillMatter sort of HQ, and you go down to the perks button. You click perks. It will take you to the subscriber section. You can subscribe. $3 a month. It's the cheapest we can make it. And then if you subscribe annually, you get 15% off annual, and it gets you access again to discounted merch items. Gets you access to subscribers-only events, so it's things like that. So, thank you in advance. Lana, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
A little from me. I am 65.
Okay.
I am Canadian in the USA for 64 years.
Okay.
Now, I am still a blue card. Mine's not green. Mine is blue. Go figure. Yeah, who can? But anyway, I cannot give up my Canadian. Cannot. I am proud to Canadian. And I am, well, I was proud of the USA. And I'm so sorry to you folks what you've done to yourself.
It's self-inflicted. We literally kicked ourselves in the shin, didn't we?
I'm so sorry. You know what? I don't know what's gonna come in 4 years. I don't know. I might be shipped to Canada. Hey.
Well, if you still have your citizenship, I would say go there.
I would, well, but I've been married with another woman for 33 years. 33. He's going to take that away from my wife. What the heck have you people done?
We've done it twice, Lana. So I would say this is who we are as a nation, sadly. When we get 77 million people that decide his crimes, his violating women, his sympathizing with our adversaries, him attempting to overthrow democracy, that wasn't enough. They still voted for him. Then we had 86 million Americans who decided to sit it out. So we get what we paid for, so to speak.
Yeah, I know. And I'm so sorry. Hey, I was born a white woman. I didn't ask for it. That's who I am. But I'm not white. I am a multicolored person. I love people.
I appreciate you saying that. That's the whole point. We're all struggling.
But not now. Not now. Okay, honey, you take care of yourself. And, hey, maybe Canada's the way.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you for being here. See you later. So we have a statement. Thank you to our mod team. This came out from the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops from the Office of Public Affairs, a statement of Archbishop Broglio on executive order signed by the president. Our prayer is one of hope that as A nation blessed with many gifts, our actions demonstrate a genuine care for our most vulnerable sisters and brothers, including the unborn, the poor, the elderly and infirm, and migrants and refugees. The just judge expect nothing less. In response to this week's executive order signed by President Trump, Archbishop Timothy P. Broglio, president of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, offered the following statement. Many of the issues President Trump addresses in his recent executive orders, along with what may be issued in the coming days, are matters on which the church has much to offer. Some provisions contained in the executive orders, such as those focused on the treatment of immigrants and refugees, foreign aid, expansion of the unaliving penalty, and the environment, are deeply troubling and will have negative consequences, many of which will harm the most vulnerable among us. Other provisions in the executive orders can be seen in a more positive light, such as recognizing the truth about each person, about each human person as a male or female. We'll leave that right there. I wish to reiterate that the Catholic Church is not aligned with any political party, and neither is the Bishops' Conference. No matter who occupies the White House or holds a majority on Capitol Hill, the Church's teachings remain unchanged. It is our hope that the leadership of our country will consider those actions with disregard to not only human dignity of a few, but of us all. So, of course, the Catholic Church would certainly align with two genders, but I do think it's telling that they still want to step in and talk about how provisions contained in the EOs, such as those focused on the treatment of immigrants and refugees, foreign aid, expansion of the unaliving penalty, and the environment, are deeply troubling and will have many negative consequences. Catholic Church speaking out on this, which is really, really strange, but not surprising. Of course, they have to throw their hate in there as well, but at least there's something. Who the fuck knows? Good morning. How are you?
Morning. Yeah, thanks for reading that. Yeah, I was just thinking that last night when I was watching the interview with Bishop Booty on Maddow, and it strikes me, especially with the guy that came up and again pretzel twisted his brain into being a not Yahtzee sympathizer. Watch the cost of belonging to this cult is about to become too great for them to fix their brain to justify it. Just watch. His hubris is going to be his undoing. His narcissism is going to be his undoing. Bonds to her, this beautiful, kind, heartfelt woman who had literally the courage to speak to power.
Correct.
In the most graceful, beautiful, what we would all want to be, the human way, right? Like I just was so struck by the contrast of his response, to a very obvious, heartfelt outreach of him, of her trying to tap into his humanity, and he clearly showed he has none. And I'm just waiting to see how long it's going to take for his people to start having to right their brain and get to a point where the cost of belonging is now too much.
I know you have more hope than I do. We've talked about that for the year that we've known each other. I have no hope. When you have somebody come up here and trying to say that a photograph of somebody waving to their crowd is the same thing as a Yahtzee salute, and unless he proclaimed outwardly that he was a neo-Yahtzee, then it's irrelevant.
But that's so predictable because that's what they have to do.
They are beyond repair. They are beyond repair.
Yeah, probably many of them are. But in my work with folks who have to deconstruct from cults, this is it. They reach a tipping point to where they can't right their brain. They reach a point where the cost of belonging is too great. Some of them do. So, and the ones who have the ones I have hope in, they get there. So I think the irony of what may be his undoing is religion, is the folks that are like, oh, he's appointed by God. Well, no. Now you have to fix your brain to really. No, I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion. He's overplayed his hand. He has so much narcissism. He thinks he can do no wrong. And Felice has talked about malignant narcissism and a lot of that, and We've had a lot of discussion about that. And this is what happens, right? They overplay. They think they have more power than they do. At some point, they lose their ability to read the room, so to speak. Like they get so caught up in their hubris. I don't know. I just think it'll be a bridge too far.
The problem, AD, though, is he's never been held accountable. And the entire time, we will not see the additional evidence from the Mar-a-Lago crimes when he withheld national defense information and lied about it, obstructed justice. We'll never see that because of Alien Cannon. He won't sit behind a jail cell for his felony convictions. The case against him to overthrow democracy was paused because of immunity. So I hear what you're saying, but the person who does it is not held accountable. So why would people behind him who support him believe anything?
Any account. See, here's the thing, though. Any accountability that he's held to wouldn't matter to them anyway, right? We've seen it. Like anytime there has been a glimpse of accountability, they'll justify it. They'll pretzel twist it. They have to know it in their soul, right? And so it's this whole thing of they're going to have to write their conscience at some point, and this may be where their conscience can't align.
You have more faith than I do. That's why we have good conversations. I mean, again, I don't think they have a conscience. How can you be so? I don't want to get into that, but I want to play some audio that our friend Julia just sent us because as we were just talking about this. This is Elon Musk's father discussing Elon's maternal grandparents who were Yahtzee party members in Canada, like we were talking about, and supporters of Schmittler, and who later moved to South Africa due to their support and admiration of the apartheid regime.
Parents, by the way, were very fanatical in favor of apartheid. This is quite interesting. Her parents came to South Africa from Canada because they sympathized with the Afrikaner government. They used to support Hitler and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't know, obviously, I don't think they knew what the Nazis were doing. But they in Canada, they were in the German party in Canada. And they sympathized with the Germans. Yeah. So when the Afrikaners government came into power here in 1948, then May's father, who was quite an interesting guy, he was a very good pilot, he said he wants to be with the Afrikaners because he agrees with apartheid, you see. You see what I mean? Yeah. And he came out here with his family.
And didn't that cause... I think you get the idea.
Yeah, and those of us who lived through apartheid, I protested against it when I was in college. And I remember when Mandela was released, I was in college. I mean, yeah, we remember. Yeah, that's the reason I think I got some relief from listening to Tim Snyder's interview. And spoiler alert, we've been here before, and this is the trough that we're in right now. And his advice was to keep your head up and look for the openings.
Yeah, I'm not there yet because we need to.
I know.
We cannot let them gaslight us on this. We cannot let history just kind of dwindle away because we don't talk about it enough. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Belladonna, how are you this morning? Thank you for being here.
I'm well. How about yourself, sir?
Doing okay. What's on your mind?
I saw that the guy who calls himself One or whatever earlier.
Yeah, the coward who's still in the chat chirping when he saw the video and he wouldn't want to run from it. Yeah, that
coward. It still is. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm a first generation German American. My grandmother, thank goodness, is still alive. She survived World War II Germany. And trust me, I'm kind of shaking at this right now. But One, or whatever your name is, just
hang on
like...
1 second, Belladonna. Yeah, the one, no, yes, you're right. I did kick you because you're a Yahtzee sympathizer. And it doesn't matter what you see. You're a Yahtzee sympathizer. You're a grape apologist. You're anti-American. You're a racist. You're a bigot. You're a transphobe, etc. You check the boxes. I take out the trash. Thanks for playing. Go ahead, Belladonna.
No problem. One, or whatever your name is, you are wrong. You are so freaking wrong. Just like the host has said and demonstrated and showed the video, you are wrong. I don't know how many times, like on Facebook and stuff, I've been told by guys like him that I'm wrong, even though, I've been educated on history and what happened in my family's homeland since I was a kid. And yeah, anyone that sympathizes with Elon are idiots. And I'm just being polite here because I have a few choice words.
No, you're right.
And also to the ones who say that it's because he's on the spectrum. I'm also was diagnosed autistic. No, that is wrong. That is so wrong. And anybody that makes that excuse either doesn't know real autistic people or they just want to bury their heads in the sand.
Even if that was the case, Belladonna, even if that was the case, then why wouldn't you immediately come out and say, I'm socially awkward. I know people might have interpreted that, but that's not what my intentions were. But nothing. Not a damn thing. And that
would make
you,
sense.
That tells you exactly who it is.
Mhm.
And people who are Yahtzee sympathizers will try to justify it because they are in a cult.
Yes, exactly. And before I drop down, there's just one little story before the election. My grandmother, who's I mentioned before, still alive. She watches the news and stuff, enjoying her retirement. When she heard all the stuff, all the things that brought back memories for her, her words were "not again."
Exactly. Thank you for being here, Belladonna. I appreciate
Thank
you very much. Okay.
I'm glad she mentioned that because I've been infuriated by that conflation too. That whole, oh, well, he's autistic. That does not have anything to do with what he did.
It does not. His statement was Musk responds to backlash over rally. Has brushed aside the furor over appropriate choice of words. A one-arm gesture he gave during a speech celebrating a Monday's event must thank the crowd for, quote, making it happen before placing his right hand over his heart and then thrusting the same arm straight into the air ahead. Someone next, the social media platform he owns, likened the gesture to a Yahtzee salute. In response, the SpaceX and Tesla chiefs posted, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is H attack is so tired. That's a good response. Musk, the world's richest man and a close ally of Trump, was speaking at the Capital One Arena in D.C. when he made the gesture. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of our civilization is assured. Who says things like that?
Yeah, whose civilization exactly are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. It seems that Elon made an awkward gesture. This was the ADL. They can go fucking duck too. The ADL said it seems that Elon made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a salute. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, if I were part of the groups that the Anti-Defamation League was supposed to help with defaming groups, I would be pretty pissed off.
Exactly. All right, I'll bring up somebody else. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. I want to take a moment to thank some new subscribers. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Buttercup. Thank you to Sue 2025. Thank you for joining our membership team. I appreciate y'all very, very much. Hi, Lisa. How are you today?
I'm sweet pea. I ain't talked to you all. Let me record. I'm an old broad. In the 70s, I fought for all these rights and these things that Trump has taken away. There's not a whole lot I can do, but I post. I post really good and a whole lot. And I put this on the back of my car. If you voted Trump, the hate, despair, fear, shit, hardships, and death are on you. Have the day you earned. And that's been on the back of my car for quite a while. Since November, I think. And recently, with what he's doing, repealing the equal rights law, I'm waiting for him to redo the freedom of speech law. It's just coming. He's already got media.
Well, he can't.
I had to seriously consider taking that off my car for fear of the police. And this is what I wrote on my post today. Last I recall, we still have the freedom of speech. Maybe not. I will be removing this from my car. I am afraid of the Tucson police. So freedom of speech has been squashed. When I'm sitting here counting out $1,400 a day medications, I am afraid he's going to kill me. That's what he wants. He even said that.
Well, I think I don't think you're alone in that sentiment, Lisa. I appreciate you bringing that up today. Thanks for being here.
Hi, sweetie.
Hi, Jess.
Good morning, Jess.
Hi, guys. I'm not doing great today, guys.
Or should I say morning kipper?
Fucking shit. Saturday. I can change it Saturday. I'm not doing good. I'm not doing good. I woke up and I was just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I don't know that I've ever felt like this before. I woke up and my daughter decided today was not a school day. She just does that, like whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at her and I'm like, the equal protections rights, like being overturned and like the fact that first of all everybody on here knows because I've shared it a million times. I'm part of I have 13 years clean and I'm part of a 12-step fellowship, and there's some people like on other social media platforms that like I really held to like a high standard of life that are like posting some pretty derogatory stuff, and I'm like, I sit next to you in places and I have to go because it saves my life, but like I'm really disappointed in people. Like I am so disappointed in people, and I know not. I see so much of it, and how are people excusing? Germany took down Elon Musk's picture in their museums.
Correct.
Like if Germany is saying that this is what it is, why the fuck do you people think that you can say it's not? They know better than you do.
I would dare some of the cowards, like one we had up earlier today, the Yahtzee sympathizers, to walk into a Jewish community center and do that, or stand in front of an HCOS survivor and do that, or stand in front of a World War II veteran and do that, and see what happens.
Or better yet, do that in a country that is literally illegal.
Yeah, fly to Germany and do that, but you won't, because you will, and you'll be like, oh, it's no big deal because it's. But all you'll do is do this. You won't do the rest. We know you won't.
I just and your comments are off the fucking hook today. Like they're usually like off the hook, but today it's like super off the hook. Like crying, I'm crying. Yeah, I'm crying because my daughter could potentially suffer for what we're doing in this country, for what you guys voted for. And Steve, just an FYI, yeah. You haven't done the price of eggs and the price of gas today. By the way, they went up.
I did gas. They went up a penny.
What's the price of eggs?
Price of eggs only goes up. They only update that every month. I've learned.
Oh, okay.
So they've been going up since the end of December. So they were up from December over January over November, and the trend line is that they're going up. But the price of gas is up a cent. It's gone up 4 cents since Inauguration Day.
God, you can go.
I mean, this is the ick that we knew we'd have to live through. I didn't think we'd have to start living through it so damn quickly. But yet here we are. I mean, this is the suffering. This is the ugly that we all knew was going to happen. But damn, it's real now.
I mean, I knew it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen on this grand of a scale. I thought he was going to have a tiny bit more decorum and like slowly implement these things. And I know that a lot of this stuff may not hold up, but the simple fact that he's even trying should say everything to these people. And it says nothing to them.
I am glad that he is, though. I'm glad he's showing his ass because in response, I don't know if you saw, I think there's 22 attorneys generals, 22 states that I believe that's the number that are, we'll see you in court, biatch.
Just real, the number one, I'm muting you. You don't get a fucking voice. You're a piece of shit. I'm muting you for the entire live, and I don't talk to people like that very often. You're a piece of shit. Like the fact that I'm sitting up here telling you that I'm worried about my daughter's future, and all you're doing is talking shit in the comments. Go fuck yourself. Get fucked. I don't give a fuck.
Yep.
So it's like when you I don't mean to be gross, but when you lick the taint of power, you're willing to say that it tastes like chocolate. And we've seen it from people defending. At least Stefanik had her testimony, or had her hearing, her confirmation hearing, and she was asked the question, and she didn't answer. And no one will answer. And the people in his orbit will not answer. they will try to make these comparisons. They'll try to say that Tim Waltz or AOC or everybody else did the same thing.
Oh, and the pure irony of Mike Johnson saying in response to the pardons, okay, well, I think, we'll just move on. We respect his decision. And in the same fucking breath, but yet we're going to investigate the J6 committee. Oh, but I thought we were moving on. Oh, we're just moving on when it's about him.
He called it retribution. He called it, in his own words, he called it retribution.
Did you hear about the 2 DC officers that he's looking to pardon that chased down a kid that wasn't wearing a helmet? They were pulling him over for not wearing a helmet.
Scooter.
And he ended up getting hit by a car because they were chasing him at like high speeds down an alley. And he's looking to pardon those 2.
Yeah, they were undercover.
Yeah, and they covered it. And they lied about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what are you investigating?
Of course. Jay Nice, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. What's on your mind?
You were talking earlier about, the young or the teenagers, the 18 to 21-year-olds being, kind of recruited. I have a 13-year-old son, and my girls are older. I talk to them all the time about this, but my 13-year-old, I make sure to really talk to him about this.
Absolutely.
Because he's at that age where, he and his buddies kind of think some of this stuff is funny, or it's comical, it's not serious. And so I make sure that he knows that this is very serious. We don't, do things like that. If your friends start doing things like that or using phrases like that, like this is not, what our president usually does. This is unheard of. This is, just, like this is just historic. This is never before happened in our democracy, or what used to be our democracy. So I, hope parents are, really speaking to like those middle school age kids too, and making sure that they realize that, because gosh, I mean,
yeah, and it's interesting you say that. So tomorrow night for Facts After Dark, today's Thursday, right? Yeah. So tomorrow night for Facts After Dark, we're going to talk about antisocial, and
yes, we are
become antisocial. And I think to your point, Jay Nice, it's the brainwashing of the younger boys in particular, the middle school age kids, because they become a bit antisocial for whatever reason. So then they become susceptible to this recruitment. And it's staggering when you start to look at the number of it's the power of right-wing media and these channels that they swim in, and they think they're going to be pick me, that they can be a billionaire, and apparently billionaires doing the Yahtzee salute is a cool thing. So where do I sign up? So
a huge part of it is the gamer.
This is a
gamer
cautionary call to all parents out there, especially for your young boys. You have got to be involved in their lives.
right.
I think
And,
this time more than ever we're gonna find out how good a parent you are.
right. And
Because
how,
Steve, your mic is really low.
how we speak
I don't know
to
what's going
women, how we speak to,
I'll talk louder.
Guys, really quick, I do have to get to work, but I do want to say that speaking on the topic that you guys are speaking on, I don't know how many of you know, but me, Amanda, and Millie are starting a podcast we're going to be on Sundays. You could follow me, or you could follow our YouTube. It's called Misbehaved Women, and we are going to talk about like internal misogyny. We're going to talk about how the patriarchy starts and how misogyny starts with being at home, like Jay Nice is talking about, and how young boys are sometimes not taught to not be that way, and it becomes internal, and then you bring it out into the real world, and the suffrage that's happened over the years that because of these things. So I would really love if you guys would join us on Sunday. We're not sure of the time yet, but if you follow me and you follow our YouTube, we will be updating you guys on more stuff that's happening. We're going to be interviewing a lot of people. It's going to be exciting. I love you guys. I hope you guys have a great day.
Love you more, Jess.
Remind me to put the link in my link tree. Remind me to do that, okay?
Hell yeah, because I am so excited for your podcast. I am blissfully excited. Yes. Cannot wait. Yes.
I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Love you, Kipper. See you later.
I am
Love you,
just,
Kipper.
I hate you. I hate you. Wee!
Wee!
Hi, Jay.
I'm just really personally, fighting the battle because I live with a MAGA husband, and so I have to, really watch my words carefully around the home. But privately, I can fight my battles and do what I please, and I just can't believe where we're at. I don't recognize my country. I don't recognize my world that I'm living in. And I just can't believe that we're here. And, it breaks my heart. And I have never been so fired up to fight and be ready to join organizations. I'm very involved in my public school system. Not on the school board, but I've been on multiple committees because I find myself more helpful in those instances. And I'm also going to be looking into running for offices, although that's going to be very hard with the county that I live in, unfortunately, and being a female. So,
right. Well, we've built a pretty strong community here, Jay Nice. So if you're ever in a situation where, I think you know where I'm going with this, where you feel like you need to, make some decisions and some changes in your life, this is a pretty good community to be a part of. So please join our Discord if you're not in there already. Okay.
I am. And I do support my teachers' unions because my parents were both public school teachers, and I have family members that are public school teachers. So yes, I am very pro public school. Absolutely, 100%. So yeah.
Thank you for being here, Jay Nice. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
That concerns me when she says she has to watch her words.
I know.
I heard that.
We have a member. I've had a couple of conversations in the last 48 hours about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lori Runs the World, for becoming a new subscriber. We appreciate you very, very much. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay. We're going to continue our conversations today, guys. Please continue to like and share the live. Let's see if we can get to 400K. I'd appreciate y'all very, very much. Please gift our panelists if you've been able to recharge. Kat, how are you today?
Hey, mate, I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's on your mind?
Oh, perfect. I was just calling in, a bit of a long-time listener, first-time caller. I'll just give you some stats straight up. I'm a gay man living in America. I'm originally from New Zealand. I've been living here about 3 years now.
Okay.
So I just got to say that I love that we're finally talking as a... sorry if I'm a bit out of breath. I'm at the gym right now.
It's okay.
I'm glad that we're finally talking about being a little bit aggressive in terms of wanting to sort of take back, what needs to be done in terms of human rights, in terms of not being nice to people just for the sake of being nice to them when people hold abhorrent views that are threatening the well-being of, let's be real, not just Americans and American citizens, but immigrants who live here, the children of immigrants who live here, so on and so forth. And really, with how influential this country is on the global stage, people really need to start taking an interest in what's going on here, not just people who are Americans.
I think to summarize your list there, I think unless you're a cis, white, hetero, Christian male in America, you're under threat.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I feel under threat. I'm an LGBTQIA plus immigrant in this country. Now, what luck, I'm white, and it feels like a really bad thing to have to say that, but, it's a big deal here.
It's true. Yeah, even your community is under threat, but you can sneak by if you had to.
Yeah, you can pass, as they say.
Yeah, I can go stealth.
Exactly. And how disturbing is that?
Which is very fortunate for me, but a lot of people don't have that, and it's a lot of people who are who are under threat. They can't do that, and that's something that everybody needs to be aware of, and everybody needs to be pulling together as a community, right? So how they say, in some ways, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it also takes a village to protect everyone in the village
from the child.
You should go back to the Shire.
Yeah.
You should go back to the Shire and take the rest of us with you.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how many of you I can marry and take back to New Zealand with me, but...
As many as possible.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I've lived all over the world, and I've never been in a political landscape that I think is is as ridiculous as this. I mean, I was living in Germany during the 2015 Syrian refugee crisis that was going on there, and all of the rhetoric and all of the disgusting ideologues that were coming out of those narratives. And even that just doesn't compare.
Yeah, Kat, looks like you've got plenty of people that'll agree to a lavender marriage for you if you need it.
That's right, exactly, Kat. There's a whole bunch of people that have signed up.
Sign us up. We got you.
Well, I am unfortunately happily partnered here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia, where it is currently freezing.
Well, I mean, I appreciate your perspective. I mean, I realize that, what you said, and sadly, the rest of the world looks at the U.S. in ways that it shouldn't. But now it's becoming to the point where we've elected this person twice. So it should tell the rest of the world that this is who we are, sadly.
And sadly, most Americans are so steeped in their American exceptionalism and individualism that they don't care what the rest of the world thinks.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think for a long time, to be fair to some people, I think for a long time, Americans didn't really have to care what other people thought. And I think that time is kind of coming to an end, because in 2016, I mean, I can speak to being a foreigner then, and I mean, people thought it was a bit of a laugh at the start. I mean, people in New Zealand, all my friends are like, they elected Donald Trump, that's a bit of a laugh. And then over those 4 years, it became quite clear that this was not a bit of a laugh. This was quite scary and absolutely ridiculous and abhorrent. And then sort of this time around, all of my friends in Australia and New Zealand are saying like, well, I guess America can't be helped. Better figure out what we're doing.
Well, I mean, we can't seem to help ourselves. I mean, 86 million registered voters did not vote.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we can't help ourselves.
I unfortunately was not able to vote. I have not been living here long enough. So
I understand.
Maybe my opinion is a little moot about that, but still.
No, but you're here now. You're part of. You're living in what 86 million people decided wasn't bad. Like. So
yeah, and I have to think about what that means for me and my partner, what that means for our plans to have children, raise kids as a gay couple here in America now. Like, I mean, these are real questions that I didn't have 6 months ago.
Agreed. Well, Kat, I appreciate your perspective, and like I said, numerous options. If you decide you want to have your own,
we're here for you.
Your own commune, so to speak. But thank you for jumping in today and joining us. I appreciate you. Stay safe out there. Thanks a lot.
Have a wonderful day, mate.
You too. Thank you. I hate hearing those stories, but it's just the
I
sad
know.
truth.
This is where we are. This is the trough.
Everybody, there's a lot of folks requesting. I'll do my best to try to bring everybody up today. We may not have to get to everybody, but thank you all for being here. I know this is, like I talked to AD. She's my sounding board when I have the 9 gazillion thoughts that run through my head on the daily. And I said, I don't know if I can do debates anymore. It's not that I won't. It's not that I'm afraid to do them, but we've got a lot of work to do. And what the hell is the point when Yahtzee sympathizers come up here and deny reality? So we've got bigger fish to fry.
Absolutely. And look, our viewership has not declined. And so, we don't need to do debates. We're at the point where we just need to talk about these things that everyone is concerned about. And I'm so grateful that you continue to push thought and conversation that we need to be having, because we cannot be silent. We cannot be the frog in the boiling pot. We cannot normalize this shit.
Correct.
No.
Good morning, Chris. How are you today?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chris.
What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as everybody else. I just can't wrap my head around. I don't think any normal person can wrap their head around what these people are doing. But when we want to think that there is something that is going to bring them back around, but when you see videos of people being interviewed at those stupid MAGA rallies that they go to, and they go, well, would you vote for Kamala or Biden, or would you vote for Putin? And they go, oh, Putin, 100%. That's gone.
Exactly.
That is gone.
Exactly.
So we can't say that wouldn't be a stretch for them to sympathize with Mustache Man either. They would do the same thing. So I have a little game that they could go try if they like. They don't have to go to a Jewish community center or anything like that. Just go to your local store and bring a friend.
Do it there in public?
Or
Yeah.
I'll go with you, and I'll wave to my friend from across the store, call out his name, and then wave to him. And you call out to your friend and do what Elon did, you mega dope.
Exactly, Chris.
Happen.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. We can't listen. They want to gaslight. Everything they do is gaslighting. Every time you hear MTG open their mouth, they'll gaslight. They won't answer questions. That's their game. That's their game. And unless we are having these conversations like this, that are thoughtful, that are contextual, right? Again, people didn't necessarily know Elon Musk's family history and their support of Nazism and apartheid and his history of anti-Semitism and the fact that he supports, the new Nazism in Germany that's growing and other autocratic regimes that are growing. Most people don't know that because they don't bother to look. We look. We'll tell those stories. That's for you to have information to go back and say, yeah, your gaslighting ain't going to fucking work here. Get out of my face. So
100%, man. That's really all I wanted to say. I'm in the comments all the time. I love you guys, and we just got to keep trying. I don't know what else to do, but I won't stop. And
Keep doing something. In the words of the impeccable Michelle Obama, just do something.
Do something.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks
for having
Appreciate
me
you,
up.
buddy. See you later. You got it. Okay. Let's check in with Obi, I see you, buddy. Hang tight. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Thank y'all.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you? Only living boy in KY.
Kentucky.
Gotcha. I knew that. How are you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
I'm on Bluetooth. I'll be quick here. I just wanted to say a couple things. I listen to your show every day while I'm at work. I'm a stealth trans guy in Kentucky right now, so you know how that's going. But I just wanted to say that I read an article recently, and the gist of it was basically saying, like, yes, we can be outraged. The more we're outraged and we're trying to fight this guy, get this guy convicted, change these conservatives' minds online, we're actually, that's what he wants. He works better when he's being, quote unquote, witch hunted. Like, what we actually need to do is keep him busy in that office, because we know he wants to go play golf. We know he's lazy. We know he is self-serving, and all this attention is exactly what he wants. It just gives his fan base more fire, and it's not really accomplishing anything. So I understand why you feel like I don't even feel like debating right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you said that. That's you're right. I mean, they, much like the whole issue with the inauguration, it wasn't moved inside because of cold weather. It was moved inside because they could control the narrative. Then they wouldn't be talking about crowd size. They wouldn't talk about how viewership was down 15% from Joe Biden's inauguration. So that because narcissists need attention and oxygen. So we're not going to give him any because the mainstream media has not figured out how to cover him. We have. Hey, Donald, if you're listening, fuck you. Thank you.
Yeah. And I mean, no news networks were covering the people's protest in D.C. I'm sure that was a factor of it moving inside as well.
Exactly.
And people are out here like,
we don't need the mainstream. We are the mainstream media.
Right. The country spoke. No. 70 million people spoke. That's hardly the entire country. There's 165 million registered voters. That's not half. It's not even over half. It's not, it's not an overwhelming support. And you know how the Nazis came to power wasn't overwhelming support. It was negligence and people putting their head down and tucking their tail and just, I'm just going to focus on work. This doesn't matter. And that's the exact situation we're in right now. It's like fight or flight, and we can't be negligent. We have to be proactive. And fighting these people online is literally what they want. It gives them validation. It gives them power.
Exactly, and we're not going to give him any, and we're not going to let them gaslight us, and we're not going to let them play in our faces anymore. Go ahead, Fred, I'm sorry.
I also wanted to say that an EO he passed against trans people designated everybody in the country as female.
I know.
Because
exactly. Conception.
It's just like, this is laughable.
Exactly.
Like, wait till he finds out why men have nipples. Like, it's just, It's just ignorance.
I mean, we know that, but see, I think
Right.
that the point of it was to speak to his base who read all those meaningless words and be like, see, yeah, see, yeah,
Yeah, see,
yeah.
it's a W for them.
And then
because
again, to the gaslighting of the communities that we know those words are going to, that hurt those communities, that continue to weaponize political discourse against those communities, and that's the BS.
Oh yeah, like I just sent off for the documentation to change my gender marker, and I heard about that, and I was like, I'm too late. Like crap, And then I read into it. I'm like, he just wanted to fluster me. Like this is nothing. This is stupid. This is stupidity. And,
I'm glad you did it now, sooner rather than later, because I think there's like a 30-day something, 30-day
10 months out of
time frame.
Washington State. 10 months.
I was talking about the implementation of that EO. Like there was a time frame, and I was like, yes, do it sooner rather than later. Good for you.
Yeah, we'll see what that EO even means, in the long run. It's just a promise from the president. It's not, it's not law. So, but
well, our friend in Kentucky, please stay safe. And like we say this to everybody, if you're not in our Discord, please consider joining. And this goes to everyone. We've built a really strong community in our Discord, and I thank all of you for being part of that. And we've developed a series of resources for people. We've got mental health check-in sections. I've been thinking about this quasi underground railroad kind of thing that we're trying to figure out how we can help people that are under threat. Because I'm a cis white hetero male in America. I don't check the Christian box, but I've got every other privilege, and I want to fucking use it. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate
I was born for this fight, brother. So if there's anybody in Kentucky who needs any kind of support, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm ready. Let's go. And I know that a lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of my community is really scared. So, that's the importance of why I got to stick around and fight. So, if anybody ever listening needs any help and they're in the South area and they feel like they need to talk to somebody, they need help getting out, let's go. Shoot me a message.
Well said. We're all in this together, and it's going to take us. Thanks for being here again, and please be safe out there, okay?
You too.
Thank you, friend.
Thank you, friend.
Everybody, the link to the link tree, the link to my Discord is in the link tree that is in my bio. You'll find that up there. Please consider joining if you need help with that. Some of the mods in the chat can help you out as well. There's a process. We just ask that you be patient. We're getting a lot of new requests to join. And I understand some people may be having an issue with the new subscription process. We thought it was pretty simple, but if you are having issues subscribing, either at our new Facts HQ, thank you, Eve. It's a much better name than the Facts Hub. What the hell was that? If that doesn't work, please let us know. But we're trying to create this community, and we're not going anywhere. And again, I want to thank you all. I'll take my flowers right now, because when we create this community and people say that's important to them, that means everything to me. And it's with all of us. We're all in this together, and we're trying to provide context for things. And we report on the news a little bit differently than a lot of other people do, only because for me, I'm a bit of a storyteller, in case you didn't know. So I think it's important to connect dots to things like this means this, and why does this influence that? And what does history tell us? Like, what does history tell us about Elon Musk? What does history tell us about the alt-right movement in America and how it's growing? What does history tell us about the indoctrination of young men? That's the kind of shit that doesn't get discussed because it's boring. But when you dive down deep, it's the most important conversations we need to have. So
we didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. Listen,
exactly.
Context matters.
Exactly, it really does.
And by the way, can I just say our Discord is the Underground Railroad. Where did everybody go over those 12 hours of darkness in TikTok? There's where we were. We gathered in the Discord. So if you haven't joined our Discord, just in case things happen, our Discord isn't going anywhere. So we're going to be there.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that because I took that opportunity when TikTok was dark for a little while to kind of go off into the woods a little bit. That's where I go for my Zen, to kind of recharge the battery. And when I got back, I was like, what is going on?
It was a lot.
Discord.
It was a lot.
It was crazy. Hi, Benny. How are you this morning?
As your friendly neighbor up north. How's it going, eh?
Doing all right, brother. What's going on?
Hey, Benny.
Well, I hope everybody is doing okay. I'm doing all right. Surviving. to kind of go back to a point you were making about a lot of these radical hate groups and how they radicalize a lot of youth, young men specifically.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to speak a little bit on that. I can tell you that as somebody who is very masculine presenting, there was a point in time in my early 20s where I had little to no self-worth. I was very prone to anxiety attacks, and basically I would latch on to large or loud personalities because I didn't really have one of my own, so to speak. And because of that, I fell down. I fell down the conservative rabbit hole. I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I was getting real red-pilled. And I can tell you, I came this close to joining a local chapter of the Proud Boys.
How long ago was this? How long ago was that, Benny?
This would have been 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016. I mean, since then, I've done the work. I've gone to therapy, and I'm certainly a lot more left-leaning. I would not dare make those same mistakes I did during that time. But what I can tell you is a group like the Proud Boys, if anybody is not aware, was started by a little shitheel known as Gavin McInnes. He's one of the original founders of Vice.
Yes.
And the reason he came up with that group was he got upset over an elementary school production of Aladdin the Musical, which has a song called Proud of Your Boy that Aladdin sings, talking about, how his mother would be proud of him. And he was that upset by it because he's got little mommy issues, because he's an insecure little fucking shit, that he made a whole hate group based on that. So, that speaks volumes to not only him, but the kind of people that follow along with that. Just a bit of context.
Benny, I'm really curious if you would be willing to share what was the thing. Maybe there wasn't one thing, but can you talk a little bit about? I drank the Kool-Aid. I got down in, and I was this far away. What was the thing? What was the thing that brought you back up from the depths of the Kool-Aid? Or things, plural.
That is a fantastic question. I have no problem sharing that, so bear with me as I regale you of the tale of how Benny became woke. So, just where I was in my life at the time was, I'll spare you the details of that because we'd be here all day. It was just unhealthy, toxic, abusive. The relationships I was in, the people I surrounded myself with, horrible. What dug me out of that was after I had separated from my ex-partner, got out of that environment, moved on with my life, started doing the work, going to therapy. What was that kind of like aha moment? Well, a few close friends of mine, they were a big part of my support network as I was healing and going through therapy and working on myself. One of them, openly gay man, his twin brother, also drank the Kool-Aid and got red-pilled. But unfortunately for him, he sadly unalived himself back in 2017 because of, nobody wanted to be around him anymore. Nobody wanted to talk to him. Nobody wanted to hang with him because, he's spouting off a lot of hateful ideas, and nobody wants to deal with that, right? So after getting cut off, that was it. He had decided I'm going to take matters in my own hands, and so he did. Hearing that story broke my heart because I knew the guy. I went to high school with him, and I had no idea what happened to him because we lost touch. I had no idea that he had unalived himself, and not only that, but another close friend of mine, who I'd also known throughout high school, ended up coming out as a trans man, and I was so happy for them. I love them dearly to this day. The fact that they felt comfortable enough to share that with me, their struggles and what they deal with on a regular basis. These are people who are very close to me, who showed nothing but unconditional love for me, even though I was on that wrong side of history at that time. They were compassionate enough and kind enough to not only point a mirror in my face, but like, this is what you're doing, this is what you're participating in. But I would never want to hurt people that I care about, and I certainly wouldn't want to hurt them. So it was those experiences that I dealt with that really started to set me on that path to becoming woke, so to speak.
Thank you for sharing that. And I want to just say, to your credit, you were willing to look in that mirror that they held up.
Exactly. That's the key. Like your empath heart kind of shone through the darkness a little bit, Benny. I mean, the fact that what I glonned onto was the fact you couldn't see yourself hurting people, and you saw what was going to happen if you had stayed red pilled, so to speak.
The cost of belonging became too much.
Right.
Yeah, I'm so thankful I did. I got my life on track. I'm in a healthy relationship with my partner of 3 years. We have a child together. My partner is basically the definition of #girlboss. Hardcore feminist. My mother-in-law was like literal original bra-burning feminist from the 70s, fighting for women's rights. So if we want to talk about healthy role models, my kid's she has that in spades. I couldn't be more proud.
That's awesome.
My kind of lady.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I appreciate that. And just as an FYI, you can expect Oregon, Washington, California, Vermont, and then a few other straggler states to be joining the new country of Cantifa. So you might want to put a pot of tea on.
I've got no problem with that. Hey,
get your Cantifa passport.
Get your Cantifa passports. The coffee's always fresh. We're always happy to have folks over on our end of things. All I ask for is if there's anybody who's joining our country, help us get rid of the conservatives. Help us get rid of these guys. They're fucking terrible.
Well, my friend, we're not very good at it here. But at least we can try to
really
try to help someplace else.
Hey, we'll take all the support we can get. We're all in this together. We're all ready to fight. All I'm going to say is, start if you haven't already, start practicing self-defense. Equip yourselves, because if you're going to your local gym, and happens to be some schmutzies that are going there, just know that it's okay to out them. And them being there, they basically signed a waiver for, I guess you can see where this is going.
Benny, thank you for your story, and I really appreciate you for being here. Thank you.
Of course. Hey, everybody, take care. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. Much love up north. Have a good day, eh?
Thank you, Benny.
Thank you, Benny.
And not for nothing, can we just say, go to therapy? Everybody,
go to therapy. So for those of you, I'm going to bring up a week. For our friend Rusty was up earlier. The fires, the newly started fires, are closer to him. He came up and joined us earlier and said that they're not as close now as they were. But everybody send love Rusty's way. Obi's still dealing with it. Good morning, friend. How you doing, buddy?
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Hey, love.
Wait a minute. You don't now that you have an iPhone, you don't do greetings and salutations anymore?
Greetings and salutations.
Hello? Obi? Did we freeze?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe his iPhone glitched. What's happening, Apple?
Everybody,
there?
There you go.
Now we got you. You're back.
Okay, that was weird. So you missed. I was trying to be all sweet and kind with my good mornings and I love yous and try not to be spicy.
Well, we were just asking for greetings and salutations. Everybody was requesting that. Yep.
Greetings and salutations.
Thank you.
There we go.
Start our day.
I'm satisfied now.
It is.
Yes.
It is currently 54 degrees. Winds are out of the southeast at 5 miles an hour. And over to traffic with Herb.
Well, the fire is really busy today.
I'm glad the winds are only 5 miles an hour, though. My friend, I've been thinking about you, and yeah.
So we have. This is just fucking crazy. Let's see. Let me see if I can count. In my immediate vicinity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are 14 fires in what I would officially call Southern California.
Wow.
14.
14 altogether. Now, here's the thing, right?
I need to check on my Airbnb for my trip.
Right.
It's been
Note to self.
Yeah.
It's been super cold and very humid in the morning, which is good because that helps suppress the fires, right? But today's going to be 76. So not that I'm complaining about it being 76, but
I get that.
It's like we a little rain. I don't want a lot of rain because for those people who are on hills whose houses didn't go up, there's no hill to hold, right?
That's right.
So we gotta be careful what we wish for. I just wanted to say something about Elon Musk.
Sure. Everybody, please keep tapping, and we've got a lot of folks. We'll try to get to everybody before noon today, friends. Thank you guys for being patient. Appreciate you.
So I'm unable to comprehend MAGA at this point, right? Because there's no plausible deniability. They're just all a bunch of liars. Like, there must be some kink off of lying. That salute was clear. It wasn't hand hearts. It wasn't, no. If Elon Musk wasn't where he was from, if Elon Musk's father wasn't such a POS in the business that he was in, right? If he wasn't supportive of a far right-wing party in Germany, who is the modern iteration of this, if all of those things were not true, then I would be willing to believe that he just fumbled.
Maybe.
Right?
Sure. Benefit of the doubt kind of thing.
Right. Yep. I would be willing to extend some grace.
Sure.
But he's a bigot, a racist, and a white supremacist.
Correct.
I mean, that's just so
anti-Semite, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Anti-Semite, sure. So for those of you playing at home who are a part of MAGA, you know, I know that you haven't found out yet, but I just want to say that we're less than a handful of days into this administration, and I would like to make the following observations. So I was at the grocery store just yesterday, and I did not see a gallon of eggs change in price between last week and this week, right?
Same.
So at some point in time, you're going to wake up and realize that you were lied to.
Yep.
And that you were lied to a lot. And all I'm asking
Robin
is
968 gallon of eggs. It's an inside joke for those of you who are just playing along at home. Sorry, Libby, go ahead.
Yeah, they're new here.
What? Oh, a gallon of eggs? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wait, shit. Capitalism. Somebody's calling me. I got to answer. Sorry. Crap.
Later, buddy.
Drop me, please.
See you later.
Thank you.
Got it. Take care. All right.
And just can I say, I used to be a fan of Elon, like back in the day before he turned completely MAGA. Like I used to have a crush on his brain. I used to really think he was pretty cool, and he didn't used to be front and center anti-Semite. Like it was very not really part of his persona in the public. He was very much lauded and respected in a lot of circles. And then Trump came along and he drank the Kool-Aid like everybody else. And now he's saying it with his full chest. He got the permission structure to be exactly who he is. And hi, hello.
Partay Dad, how are you today?
I am well. Thank you guys for bringing me up. I appreciate it. I've listened to you yesterday, and I'm really interested about, I think, tomorrow's show episode about talking about steps on how to run for political office.
That'll be next week.
That'll be next week. Okay.
That's next Friday. Yep.
Next Friday. Okay.
Yep.
I am looking forward to that. But the reason I joined or requested to join this morning, I live in San Diego, and I am the father of a trans daughter who lives in Oklahoma, and I'm scared to death for her safety. I've gone as far as starting the process to get her to move back here, at least closer to me, so I feel better that she's closer. Working in San Diego, I also have several employees who are completely legal to work here, but some of them aren't citizens. So I've told them and reassured them that if any government agency comes knocking on our door, we're not going to allow them into our premises unless they have appropriate documentation, specifically search warrants. They want to look for any of my guys. There's going to be a code word yelled, so they can try and get out the back door if they don't feel safe. But I'm not letting them in. And the fact that I had to have this conversation, with them, it's scary. And I really appreciate your forum to allow us to discuss and get stuff off our chest. The debates, those are entertaining, those are interesting, those are educational, but having like-minded people come up and share their experience and their stories and explain how scared they are for friends and family, it helps me get through the day, if I can say it.
I really appreciate you saying that. We feel like we made the right decision too. It's not to say that there won't be an occasional crazy off the rails kind of conversation, because that's ultimately inevitable, but that's kind of our approach. And I want to give you special props for being such an amazing dad. And something you said, I think, is really, really important. Something that conversation that you had, let's refer to it as the talk, because we know that black families have been having that talk with especially the young black men in their families for a very, very, very long time. So it's now something that they've lived with and grown up with, and now white families are having the talk, depending on, the complexion of their families, whether you have trans children, whether you have daughters who don't know about, where their rights are protected. So now we're literally all in this together. And I could have even extended this to say, with suffering and anguish for all, unless you're white, it's rich, Christian, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you, guys.
By the way, to the audience, in our Discord, and I'm so glad you mentioned about, the rights that people have. We have a PDF that was posted, I believe, yesterday. We can repost it, of a document you can print off on cardstock that you can have that says, here's your rights. It's actually got scripts that you can give if people, if law enforcement come to your door. It's in our Discord, so if we can repost it or pin it or whatever. Just little things, do things. I'm printing off a bunch and putting it in the lobby in my office. You have protection under the Constitution, citizen or non-citizen. You have protections under the Constitution. So yes, do the things you can.
Correct.
I will look that up. Thank you guys very much. I'll go ahead and drop down and look forward to hearing from you guys again.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you very, very much. You have a great day. That's a dad right there. That's
absolutely.
That's what we all should be doing. And I want to make this. I've tried to share the love with my mod team. This is nothing what we do here every single day. The amount of work that goes into the creation of all these resources that we have in our Discord. I mean, it's incredible. Our
Discord is our underground railroad.
It's amazing. There is so much stuff in there. And I'm like, somebody will ask me a question like, hey, Steve, should we put this in Discord? I'm like, you're asking me? Yes. I mean, it's incredible. So, again, we want this to be a hub of information. And I appreciate what Partey Dad said. We're trying to change up we've always kind of been, informational, educational anyway. But, again, people come to us for this kind of information and a sense of community and a sense of belonging. And as long as you're interested, we'll continue to do it. Thank you all very much for that. I appreciate it. Okay.
Damn right.
Go ahead.
I love the point that you made about the talk, right? And Darius and I have had this conversation. He's like, yeah, welcome to what this is like. We've been living this life as Black folks. Hello, welcome to what we've been going through. We know how to navigate these times. Ask us, listen to us, especially Black women. Not that they have any labor to do in this, because they've been showing up. So, we've talked about that. But yeah.
Hey, Chris, good to see you, man.
Yeah, long time.
Yes. Oh my gosh, hello, beloved.
How you doing, buddy?
Not so fucking good, my friend.
I hear you. Yep.
Go ahead.
Much like the last dad, I have stepson, who wasn't always a son. But he is now a very well-adjusted individual, far more so than he used to be. Graduated college 2 years early, works for a defense contractor. You can imagine how complicated life for him is due to become, thanks to all of this ridiculousness.
Right.
I am thinking some real dark thoughts right now. So, I thought I'd come share with Share
you
the
get a
burden.
little closer to your mic, or just a little? I just don't want to hear. I want to hear your awesome voice, and I can't quite hear it all.
Well, I thought I'd come and share the burden.
That's better. Thank you.
Friends, try to, work through the madness.
Go for it.
Like I said, I have a stepson. He wasn't always a son.
Yep.
He's a very well-adjusted young man. Graduated college 2 years earlier. Got himself a job with a defense contractor. Works more hours than I do, and makes more money than both me and his mother. We're very proud of him, and he's due to be married come the tail end of this year, unless some idiot decides to outlaw that as well. So, yes, I've been sitting around thinking some very dark thoughts. So I thought I'd come here to share the burden and unload, if you will.
We're here for you, bud. You already know.
We were just talking about the talk, Chris, right? And how, it's always been something that is just part of growing up in a black family, and now so many other. Our previous guest was talking about that, conversations that have never been had before, in communities that never would have expected to have that talk. I don't know if it's going to create a sense of appreciation, if that's the right or wrong word, maybe a sense of unity, that we're sort of all really in this together. But ultimately, like we've talked about before, wanting the system to crumble means that people at the bottom will feel it even worse, because water, or in this case, shit, floats downhill.
Yeah. Because I've always tried to avoid the argument, or at least constructively engage the argument of, we should burn it all down. It's like, well, it's no good to burn down the house if you happen to live in the house and you ain't got nowhere else to go.
Right.
Still.
Right.
Well, I think too, ironically, we celebrated Dr. King on Monday. At least that's what I did. And I watched Ohio State win the national championship. I don't know what else happened. But ironically, that I look to the words of people who have been here before, right? We think we're going through some stuff. Like, yes, we are. However, again, spoiler alert, we've been here. And so looking to communities who have had to fight, who have been faced with unimaginable oppression and discrimination, we have to look for them for the lessons, right? We have to look to them to understand, what do we do? We've never been here before as palm colored folks, right? We've not been here in a large scale like this before. And I think there are lessons in how to speak truth to power, how to fight the oppressors, how to fight the discrimination, to fight the evil. We got to look to that, because that's the only way. We can't sit here and I love that you are just putting it out there. I've had some dark thoughts. Me too. And I'm not supposed to, right? It's not supposed to be like that. So those dark thoughts tell me I need to do something, right? I got to do things. I got to channel that shit into action, because through action is the only way we start to move in the direction away from those dark thoughts and more into the power that we still have, right? Somebody in the chat had said they did one thing, they made emergency go bags or something to the effect of that. Like, yes, do whatever little thing you can do to help you remind yourself you still have agency in this.
Correct.
Something I found myself wondering just less than 24 hours ago. All those pardons that Biden gave out, did he give one to Luigi?
Nope.
How unfortunate. Since we...
not yet, but...
Interesting. I never even thought about that. My goodness.
Since we got another unruly CEO out there, Seek Highland,
Yeah, seriously.
He's already tweeted out, if I die under mysterious circumstances, it was nice knowing you. That's what made me think it. I was like, hey, you triggered it, buddy.
Yeah. Well, Chris, we got your back, buddy. You know that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off the stump now and let you carry on with what you do.
We love you, pal.
Appreciate
love you, bud.
And we'll talk to you later.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Yep, that part.
Yeah. We got to be in our thoughts, whatever they are. Morning, Rosie.
Morning, Rosie.
Happy belated birthday now.
Oh, yeah. Happy belated Sun-Up anniversary, beloved.
I was listening, and I hope Chris is still here, listening. I also have a son who's trans, and if you are concerned about the wedding, have them go to the Justice of the Peace now and just get the license.
Yes.
Get it official now. You can always have a ceremony when you're going to have your ceremony, but I mean, that is something. That's part of the talk. It's part of, me asking my son if he feels safe. If there's something I can do, we've installed security, things like that. I mean, that is very much a reality.
Good idea.
So, and we're just, we're going to have to make our way through it. We have been through tough times before, and we've made it through. We've only had, when you look on it, it seems like it's been forever, but we've only had gay marriage for 10 years.
Yeah.
This is very recent.
Yeah.
Before you couldn't, it's like, well, you could try and get a domestic partnership, you could try and do this, that, or the other thing, but good
Civil
luck.
union or whatever, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
but I had friends in Minneapolis that had done that prior to 2015, and when one of them passed away, they still legally couldn't. The one partner who survived legally couldn't even claim his body.
That's right.
Because they were not married. It's like, okay, civil union, all of that didn't make any difference legally.
No, it didn't.
We're just going to have to keep. The thing I want people to know is we've been through really rough times before. It reminds me of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, when there's a fight scene and Bernadette says, that's what we had to learn to do.
That's right.
That's why we walk in groups.
That's true. We think about the civil rights movement, and that's why I think historical context is important, Rosie, and you've brought this up before. Yes, we've certainly have been through things, but this, because every marginalized group is now under threat. We always seem to be looking, at least I do, looking for those, unifying causes, right? It's the apathy of the left that enabled this to happen. People not showing up to vote. The simplest thing, just show up and vote. Let your voice be heard. They chose not to. And now some of those causes that they have 10 toes down been in support of are now under threat because they didn't show up.
Exactly. Or they voted for Jill Stein, and where is she now?
Exactly. She's back in Russia, hanging out, drinking vodka.
She'll be back.
The Cicada candidate.
Exactly. Yeah, the Cicada
Somebody
candidate.
said that she is planning on trying to, I think, governor in, I want to say, New Hampshire. It's like, oh, well, she's going to just go for more money. It's like, okay, whatever, Jill.
Yeah,
she'll show up again in 4 years.
Yeah, another reason why we do not want to take New Hampshire with us when we become the new country of Antifa. Yet another reason.
Jill Stein's literally the definition of pick me.
Well, and there were a couple candidates on TikTok that were doing the same thing. It's like, you're not even on the ballot anywhere. You're just getting money, Please, if you're old enough to remember Ross Perot, he was on the news every night. He was on every single state ballot, and he lost.
Yeah. Yeah. And Gary Johnson got, what, 3, maybe 4% of the votes?
Yeah.
But they don't show up. Listen, I think we all would agree we'd love to have another option, but it can't be every 4 years.
Right. If Jill Stein was serious about what she wants to do, she would be working in states right now to elect mayors and governors and state senators and representatives that way. And she's not. She's just not. You don't start a party. You don't, build a party from the top down. It's the bottom up.
Correct.
She just shows up every 4 years, and people go, "Oh, I don't like the other two, so I'll vote for her."
Correct.
Oh, for God's sakes!
And we know what we got because of that, right, Rosie?
Yeah, exactly. So
in a world of Jill Stein,
I just wanted to give that out to our friend who was up here before, but I will drop now. Thank you so much. You guys stay fierce. I love you.
Thank you, Rosie.
Love you, Rosie.
See you later.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah. In a world of Jill Steins, be a Victoria.
Exactly. And we'll use this opportunity to remind folks once again, next Friday,
Yes.
Victoria for Congress in Tennessee. We all know Victoria. and our friend Jess, Crazy Mother Rudder Jess, will both be joining our panel to have a conversation about what it takes to run for office. As you guys know, I've served in my state legislature. Jess has run for state legislature. Victoria's running for Congress in Tennessee, as she describes it as the hellscape that is Tennessee. Maybe not her words exactly, but something like that. So that'll be next Friday. So please, everybody come back for that conversation. Listen, as we discussed yesterday, you may not be somebody who wants to run for Congress, but you could knock on doors. You could volunteer for a campaign. You could help fundraise. Maybe you're an amazing graphic artist. Maybe you make door hangers. Maybe you build websites. Maybe you're really good at crowdsourcing. Maybe you're good at community organizing, right? So, yeah, show up, okay?
And if you do want to run, I think the point too is so many of these people that we have in our higher offices now got their start in local governments where they ran unopposed.
Exactly. You know, Marjorie Three Toes runs unopposed. Lauren Beetlejuice Boebert ran unopposed. So
starts local.
Hi, Linda. How are you?
Hi, thank you for having me up. Just quick information before I go to sleep. I work nights. Sure. I tagged you in a TikTok video that I saw. A young lady was doing a skit of Mega trying to explain to her about the salute. At the end of the video, she shows an old footage of the mustache man doing it beside Musk doing it, and it's the exact same salute. Exactly the same. There's no denying it. So I tagged you in that video. I also, if you want to pass on, if people go to the Canadian government website and go to the immigration website, there's many different options for immigration to Canada. Currently, though, the U.S. is still considered a safe country, so it's very difficult if you have already claimed asylum in the U.S. to claim asylum in Canada. I know there are groups that you can Google that are helping the LGBT community with asylum in Canada from the United States. And also in TikTok, if you do a search on Canadian creators, especially women creators are offering American women and children to visit as friends in their homes. So it's kind of like an underground railroad starting in Canada of people who have extra rooms that are willing to take in women and children. So far, just women and children that I've seen anyways. But I mean, it could grow from there. Certainly if Canada, I'm sure I'm going to talk to my premier in Ontario and just leave a message that if any human rights violations start to occur, that we need to take away that that the U.S. is a safe country for asylum seekers, because obviously they're no longer safe. So we need to lift that asylum seeker status, or the safe haven in the U.S. status. And I know, sorry, I'm emotional. I'm emotional. No, it's very emotional.
It's okay, it's okay. We all are, Linda. We all are.
There's many of us that are willing to help. So it's just a matter of connecting the people who need help with the people who have the resources to help. So, I can't think of anything else at the moment, but
that's great, Linda.
Hopefully that'll help. That'll help people who are in trouble. And I know there's a lot of families already moving back to Mexico. There's long lineups and their cars are piled with stuff. So, yeah. All of our government politicians from all parties are joining together to say that if tariffs are put on our goods, that there will be retaliatory tariffs.
Yeah, we've been hearing that too. Yeah.
Yeah, so only the premier of Alberta, which is the province with the oil, has refused to sign the agreement that
The Texas of Canada.
Yeah, we've heard that. Yeah.
has
We're
refused
gonna
to
carve
sign
out
the agreement.
Alberta and just slide it south.
They've been gerrymandered.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but the other provinces are all have signed that Canada is a sovereign country.
He's pulling up the map.
Yeah, we thought.
There you go.
We thought
Yeah. Problem solved.
Again,
Yeah.
we have our own borders. We have to make some decisions. We've included New Jersey. You're welcome, Jess. And there's a few other states. We've excluded Canada. Alberta, but this is the new country, and we are the new country of Cantifa. So I know everybody can make a case. Sorry, AD, but you can go to Mexico along with Colorado.
It's okay. I'm not far from the border of
Proletariat is on
California.
it. Proletariat's going to reunite indigenous tribes. So we're good. We're good.
I can scoot on over a bit. I'll be okay.
But thank you for jumping in today, Linda. We appreciate you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and I'll just keep manifesting that things will get better, and hopefully the conservative government doesn't get a majority in our country. Musk has put his word behind PP in Canada, and who's the conservative leader of Canada. He's backed him, and the conservative leader of Canada has not turned his backing away. So that's very concerning.
Well, thank you for being a good neighbor. Wish we should stop. We need to close the cover of our trash can when we go to bed at night. But thank you, Linda, for being here. I appreciate you very
Good
much.
night.
You have a good day. See you later.
Bye.
Clearly a better neighbor than State Farm ever was, considering they like to cancel policies and whatnot.
Somebody mentioned this in the chat, and I had this story I wanted to talk about. So, in case you didn't know, CBS 58 weather reporter Sam Kuffel, or Kuffel, I'll say Kuffel, is out after criticizing Elon's arm gesture. Milwaukee TV weather forecaster has been dropped by her station one day after she criticized Elon Musk on social for his straight arm gesture that many have links to. We know what it is. Staffers at WDJT-TV Channel 58 were alerted by email on Wednesday that meteorologist Sam Kuffel had left the station. Her biography and picture had been removed by the station's website yesterday afternoon. Quote, meteorologist Sam Kuffel is no longer employed at CBS 58, said the staff memo from the news director Jesse Garcia that was obtained by the Journal Sentinel. A search for a replacement is underway. A spokeswoman for Weigel Broadcasting Company confirmed via email late Wednesday that Kuffel was no longer with Channel 58, but the spokeswoman said she couldn't comment further because this was a personal issue. On Tuesday, conservative radio host Dan O'Donnell sharply criticized Kuffel for her two Instagram posts accusing her of spreading lies that Elon Musk was given a Yahtzee salute during the presidential inauguration. He labeled her post as vulgar. This was Dan O'Connell's post on X. Meteorologist Sam Kuffel makes a pair of vulgar Instagram posts while spreading a lie that Elon was giving a Yahtzee salute during yesterday's presidential inauguration. Kuffel could not be reached by email, text, or phone on Wednesday. She was very popular, was also regular on all sports radio station WRN WFM. On Tuesday, she made two Instagram posts about Musk's gesture during a speech at the inauguration. The ADL, we're not even talking about the ADL. Musk, the test, anyway. So a woman gets fired by a radio station, by a TV station, a well-respected weather person that the community loved because she criticized what was, in fact, a Yahtzee salute, and the station fired her. Well, why wouldn't other people in that station come out against that as well?
Yeah.
Last time I checked, we have free speech in our country, but apparently that doesn't matter when you go against Yahtzees. Thank you, by the way, to Kristen Beach Streamer for joining our membership team. We appreciate you guys very much.
Yep, they're going to try and silence the resistance, and that's okay because we're still going to resist. We dissent.
We dissent. We absolutely dissent. I Dissent t-shirts available in the merch store. You can find the link in the link tree in my bio. Go to the Facts Hub, find perks, become a member, get 10% off your items. Hi, Natalie. How are you today?
Hey, Natalie.
Oh, hi. Hang on, let me get you off of Bluetooth.
Thank you.
Human Services. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, except for the radio.
Turn your volume up on you. I was just wondering if there was a mod that I can connect with about talking about possibly helping with a medical need that I have that my insurance isn't covering.
I would post in our Discord in the mutual aid channel.
Yeah, there's a
Okay, I
mutual aid
wasn't sure
section
where to go
in our
about that.
Discord. Yeah, post it in there.
We have a Discord channel specifically for that. Yes, ma'am. You go get it.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
You're welcome, Natalie. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, everybody.
That's the Underground Railroad at work.
11:17 on the east coast of the United States of fascism. Please continue to like and share the live. We appreciate you very much for being here. Tapping is clapping, friends. We're a little late here, but that's okay. I get it.
Come on, folks. We should be at least 500 by now. But your fingers still work. Your fingers are.
Back off mute. Our Discord community is growing, and again, thanks to the mod team for helping everybody who requests to join. We appreciate you guys very much. Hi, Wednesday.
Hello. Let me see.
How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Hi. Thank you for having me
One
up.
quick second. No, 1 second.
Yeah.
No, you do not need to be a subscriber to join our Discord. Our Discord is free. There's a special subscribers only section in our Discord. So if you subscribe to our channel, to the Facts Hub, you get access to special subscriber only events. But our Discord is open. I'm sorry, Wednesday. Go ahead.
Yes. I've been listening to your live for a while, and I love what you're doing right now because letting everybody speak without having the opposition, where they're just feels like when you go to these lives, like you just like they don't understand. They're just like, obviously in a cult. So, and then the other thing is like with the Elon Musk, what he did right now, the salute thing, it's basically like telling, I feel like he did it like, look, I could even do this and get away with it. That's how they know that everybody follows them no matter what they do.
Yeah, they the people that support their movement, the cultists, let's be real, they will do whatever their leadership tells them. If their leadership tells them to say it wasn't a Yahtzee salute, I was just sharing my heartfelt thanks, then that's what they'll believe as well. Even though, part of the demoralization tactic of indoctrination into a cult, even though the evidence is right there in front of them, they just don't care.
Yeah, pretzel's brain's gonna pretzel.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I literally, I feel like he's like, look, this is what I'm gonna do, and we like him and Trump probably laugh about how much they could get away with, like no matter, you know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know how Trump said he could even stand in the middle of the street and like shoot somebody, and he could get away with it. It's
correct. I mean, if you just watch some of the ceremony that he was sitting behind the Resolute desk signing executive orders, and someone says, "Well, what's this one?" He's like, "Oh, removing us from the World Health Organization that helps keep billions of people alive." Oh, that sounds like a good one. Like he doesn't know what the hell he's even doing.
I'm telling you, his hubris and narcissism is going to be the end of him. I'm just watch.
Let's hope so.
I know. And then like the people that have taken asylum here, like coming from another country of war that I've been here, and this time right now is so triggering. Like it's really like I'm definitely going to counseling right now because it is. You just feel really uncertain and unsafe right now. I just. Like my PTSD is like at the max right now from this. So I just feel it for everybody else too, because I know like it's probably, doing the same thing to like it's the worst what you're hearing, That's why we came here. We came here from a country of like war and stuff like that. And then now you're coming here and it's another uncertainty that you're now wanted here, that, your life is, I mean, even though I'm a legal citizen and stuff, but yeah, feel very uncertain and scared right now.
We are not a safe harbor anymore. Lady Liberty is crying in her hands.
I get it, Wednesday. I appreciate you being here. Make sure you're in our Discord as we all work together to kind of fight back against what we see. But I
Thank
appreciate you
you.
joining us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much
Appreciate
for
you.
having me up. Thank you.
You got it. See you later.
That's the thing, though. We need the staying together, the collective voices that we all have. That is our power, and we have to keep talking about it. Again, thank you so much for continuing to hold this space.
Yisak, how are you today?
Hi, Steve. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, upon that topic, my husband had an interesting conversation with me the other day about a plan that him and the owner of the company's daughter for people to be safe should ICE show at their facility. The sad part is they can't share it with the owner of the company because he voted for Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, so they actually made a plan, and they're hoping that it doesn't ever come to that, but I heard it. I can't say clearly where he's at or what they're doing. But I was just like, oh my God, it's come to this, where my husband and the daughter of the owner has to co-conspire to make a plan for their employees should this happen. It's just disheartening.
Someone in our community share their story. They have 22 health centers, and literally within hours of these draconian sort of anti-human being policies, ICE was knocking at the door of their waiting room. This person was assaulted. It's happening. I mean, it literally is happening as we speak. It's happening.
And not at all covered by media at all.
Yeah. And I was from a very diverse town, lots of Hispanic people I went to school with who are friends, continue to be friends. And I'm just heartbroken for them and their families. And even my husband, who's like Mr., he was right-wingy and from a reason. I've changed his tune once he married me and came over the reality of the situation. And he's on my side. He did say, if it gets too bad, we're going to leave the country just because we want to protect my children. I'll come back, but I want my kids protected.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had a conversation with my daughter has earned enough credits to graduate as a junior. Yeah, she's an overachiever. And we were talking about that, which means she could, in theory, graduate this spring. And I'm like, what do you think? We've talked about her going to college overseas anyway. And I'm like, is that something you want to start sooner? And she's like, no, I'm going to fight. I'm like, okay.
Wow, good girl. That's awesome.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I'm like, #girl dad. I'm like, I want to put you in a suitcase and get you the hell out of here. And she's a fighter. And
I hear you. Yeah, my daughter's
the same. She has a GSA Alliance that she started in her high school that is a small town, Vermont. And there was not a lot of support initially for it, but she reached out to her friends in the LGBTQI community, and she started this a couple of years ago, and now it's grown.
That's
things
awesome.
like that. This is not, I'm obviously super proud of my kid, but it's things like that I wish more people would do. So just the fact that you're standing, you are having these, or your husband's employer is doing this shit is so awful, but people are sort of galvanizing and uniting around the cause of protecting others.
Yep, exactly. Yep, I have a daughter too. She'll be heading to college this coming summer, and I'm fearful for her. I am.
Yeah.
But she wants to be a pharmacist, and we can't really send her to a different country to be a pharmacist because she wants to be here.
Well,
but I hope she'll fight. I just wanted to share how deep this goes, and for my husband and his employer to even have this kind of plan is just unthinkable and unbearable to even deal with.
I agree. I appreciate you sharing that story. Please keep us posted, or as we build our network here, please there's lots of resources available. Thank you again for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm on your Discord, I'm on your YouTube. I got it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
And for those having issues with the Discord, please know Discord TikTok and Discord don't get along when you click links through. TikTok's terrible at being able to click through stuff. Copy pasta it into your browser directly. That should help you overcome Discord. Download the app first and then copy it into a browser on your phone. It should auto forward or redirect you to the app once it's opened. And you should be able to join. And then you'll complete a ticket and you'll get verified, because we don't want nastiness in our Discord. So we are screening, right? Like we're trying to keep out the yucky stuff. So you do have to complete a ticket, and then you'll get verified, and then you will have access to all the channels. You're not going to see all the channels until you're verified by one of our mods. And so just get that done. We'll get you approved as quickly as possible. Understand there's a lot of tickets coming through. So yeah, we'll get to you. If you have issues, feel free to DM a mod. I am one. You can DM me. Don't DM Steve because he's already got enough DMs. But yeah, I mean, if you want to, hey now, but not about the Discord. So
Yeah, I'd love a kind DM once in a while. Not that I don't get them, but that's
yes.
Hi, Minnie. How are you today?
Hi, good morning. How are you all guys doing?
Doing fine. No, we're doing.
Yeah, I think
What's
we
on your
all are
mind?
just doing. I have never been on a live before. This is my first time. I listened to you. I listened to Misha. I listened to, I think it's Erica, Auntie Biscuit, a lot of you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for letting me be here. Really nervous, sorry. I think we all get nervous when it's the first time, but I just want to say that I found through you guys community. That's the main thing. We're all saying, well, what do we do? What do we do? I think we stick together. I think we all keep talking. My main goal now is to ignore anybody who doesn't agree with me. Sorry. I don't have time to fight with you. I don't have time to argue with you. I need to start focusing elsewhere. My daughter is the LGBTQ community, and she's my main focus right now. I just wanted to say thank you guys for giving me somewhere to look to, giving me ideas. There is somebody that's a really good friend of hers who's thinking of running for office. I live in Florida. So I've decided to contact him. He's part of the community also, and they need our support. Plain and simple.
That's wonderful. That's what we have to do. I agree. We don't have time to waste having conversations with people who don't care about basic human rights. We've got bigger things to do.
Yeah, and I'm not willing to debate people that are on the wrong side of history because you're just wrong.
Correct.
Exactly.
I don't need to defend the fact that I'm on the right side of history. I don't need to defend what I'm not. There is nothing to defend.
Correct.
Like
No.
you need to look in the mirror and figure out why you're not defending human rights.
Right. When it comes time and they start crying to all of us that, oh wait, they're affecting me. Maybe then I'll say, okay, you know what? Then you need to get your feet on the ground like I am. Once you start doing that, then I'll help you. You have to help yourself.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Maybe the more people that help others, maybe people will see that there's not as many people in their community that they can intimidate anymore. And that might make them, the best thing to do to a bully is to stand up to a bully. And there's a lot of us that are willing to do that. And I would ask everybody, do not relent on the side of the truth and defending human rights. Don't ever do that. Because as soon as you start, they want you to be tired. They want you to be exhausted. They don't want you to organize. They don't want you to communicate. They don't want you to defend. They don't want you to prioritize and prop up marginalized voices. They want us all to shut the fuck up, and we aren't.
And by the way, we're in these spaces, and oftentimes in these spaces, it's very contentious. It's very difficult. And people think if you talk to people in real life, you're going to get the same energy. And I guarantee you won't. One thing I learned from being on vacation, I had some conversations on a boat in the middle of the Caribbean with a few MAGA. And let me tell you, it was actually very calm. It was actually reflective. I actually made some headway because we were human beings and we were able to relate on a human being level before we didn't even get to politics. We were just vibing. We were just having a good time. And then they said something and I was like, wait, what? Wait, hold on, what? And we actually had human conversations. So don't think that don't grow weary of the energy because we're all on social media. We this is where we congregate. This is like our third spaces, so to speak, because we really don't have them in the real world. But don't think that just because that energy is on these platforms, because that's the tendency of technology platforms for that emotion to show up. When you're actually talking to humans face to face, it's different. So be be willing to have the conversations. That's where the work is don't grow weary. Have
Protect your peace,
conversations
though.
with people.
Be sure
Yeah,
to
that
protect your
too.
peace.
That
So,
too.
Minnie,
And if you
yeah.
can't, you can't. But yeah.
Minnie, thank you for being up here today. I really appreciate you, and thank you for for advocating, and I appreciate that. Please come back, okay?
I will. Thank you. Thank you. And I don't know how to drop, so if you could drop me.
I got you.
Whee!
I got you. See you later.
I love the we.
So, I mean, I know there's a lot of activity in the Discord, and I really appreciate that. So, I tend to check the Discord link every day. So, if you need to. The best way to do this is to download the Discord app on your phone. When you have that, access to Discord becomes a little bit easier. Oftentimes, if the link doesn't work, just copy the link, the three little dots, copy the link, post it into a browser, and you can join that way. Please show our mods some grace because I'm just watching the tickets come flying in. And that means something to us. We appreciate you guys for joining our team because that's how communications work.
We should put together a how-to video on YouTube. So, because everybody knows how to go to a YouTube video, maybe that note to self, maybe somebody could put that together. I think that would be really helpful.
Good call. Hi, JD.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'll warn you ahead of time. I have not been to bed.
Okay.
I've been talking to people all night and
Okay.
listening to you all morning since you got on. I've made a list of about 5 things to kind of quickly hit on.
Yeah,
One,
let's bang through them.
Okay. The first one, excuse the puppy whining. She's mad at her sister for not sharing her bone. The first one, the whole thing about the genders and everything. If we remember correctly, at conception, there isn't gender.
Right. We're all female.
Yep.
No, there is no gender. When you're first conceived, there is no gender because there's no body part.
That's not exactly how the
Well,
biology
no, yeah,
works.
genetically we start out female.
Genetically we do, but no body part. But anyway, if you want to get yourself a copy of the book that they sell on here, the Constitution book that, oh crap, that has been sold on here, the one that's in the TikTok shop.
Yeah.
I got this one through Hamilton Books for half price.
Nice. What's number 3?
Number 3 is okay, the 3K. You know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
The way they do recruitment is not focusing on the boys. They focus on the women, particularly married women, the young ladies, because they'll bring the husband in and the children. Where if they focus on the boy,
depending on the chapter of the 3K, women aren't even allowed, JD. So that's not entirely accurate.
But the ones that are family oriented or family, they focus on the woman to bring them in. Because the women will bring the whole family where if it's just recruiting a guy, they're only going to get the guy. So that was from a documentary I caught on the recruiting practices. My uncle was in World War II, the uncle that raised me. And one of the things he said to me one time, just kind of in passing, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase it here, because I'm going to use some words that were above what he would say.
Real briefly, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. He talked about the underground and how women would come up to them and say, by the way, the Nazis are over in this town, knowing that he was in the people that were chasing the SS up through. He was in the Big A.
Yeah.
Okay? And then if anybody's looking, like me, stuck in a spot and can't get out and go do stuff, I came up with something that you know about, and that's the shot list. The shot line. Sorry, the shot line.
Yeah.
.org.
Yep.
Make a list of zip codes, go on there, Go through 12 zip codes for the day. You don't have to listen to the calls, because to listen to 12 of those calls, that'd be too much.
Yeah, we're talking about people who've been families have been impacted by firearm violence. It's called the shot line. It's basically it plays audio as if the voice is from the dead, so to speak.
Yes.
JD, thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
And you
being
see
here.
my hat. It's from McAngry.
Appreciate you very much. You have a good day. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I'm going to challenge that sentiment about the triple. I've read a lot about that, and yes, there
Yeah.
are community involvement, but there are so many groups that don't even allow women.
Yeah.
I know that there are alt-right groups that try to sell it as family meetings, but the actual soldiers are men. That's the whole
Yeah, and they've come out. I mean, they know they're targeting
Yeah.
especially white
Some
boys.
people are saying they can't hear my mic today. I've got new tech coming, guys. My apologies. It depends on the situation. Some people can hear me, some people can't. So my apologies. All right. Yeah. So I mean, I've studied hate groups for a long time, and they target young men, 18 to 23. T. Jones, how are you today? Hello, T. Jones, are you there? I guess not. Okay. We're almost through the box here, everybody. Appreciate you guys hanging with us. Appreciate you very much. Good morning, Namashi. How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys today?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to bring up something that I haven't really heard very many people talk about. I know a lot of us are scared right now, and a lot of us are looking into leaving the country and going to other places. But for people like me who are disabled, it's not so easy to just pick up and go. Other countries have stipulations on who they allow in. If your medical cost exceeds a certain amount, like you can't just, immigrate to another country. Not all countries are accessible to people with disabilities. So I was wondering if potentially you could create an expat channel in the Discord so that we could all put in resources
I love that
for those looking into it, especially for those of us with disabilities, so we can give the information to those who need it about where's somewhere you can go if you need like wheelchair accessibility, because places like Italy and stuff like that, they do have some accessibility with like elevators and stuff like that, but they're commonly known to break down, and so they're out of order more than they're in use. And then other places, they don't have curb ramps or anything like that. In Rome, I've read that they do have ramps in some places, but cars typically block them, so they're not really accessible. So I was just wondering if that was possible to create an expat channel.
We do. We actually have a channel called Expat Resources. I thought we'll have to reactivate it again because I think it's archived currently, but we do have one. It's called
Okay,
Expat
yeah, because I didn't
Resources.
see it.
Yeah, it's because I think it's archived. We may want to
Okay.
consider making that active again, guys. We can talk about that. I think it's a good suggestion.
I can see it. I didn't know it was archived, but yeah.
We can see it because we have mod access,
Oh,
but yeah,
okay.
but because it's been archived.
Oh, it's got the little lock symbol on
Yep,
it. So now,
exactly.
that makes
so
sense.
that's a good call, Namashi. I appreciate you saying that. That's a good idea. It's a good idea.
All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to bring up.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. I think it's really important too. It's like, and Matt was saying this too, where like those who can stay, yes, stay. If you need to leave, that's okay too. Like whatever you need to do to feel like you can protect yourself and still fight the fight, do what you gotta. And we're here to support you regardless.
Agreed. Hi, Roger. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
I've actually been watching your live for a while now, and I appreciate all that you guys do. And I have to comment that we shouldn't have to leave our country because of this.
Agreed.
But in all honesty, I feel like it may come to that for some people. And even myself, I've considered it because my parents, and that's one of the reasons I still live in the South is my parents are close by and they're getting older. And for me, they worry about me because I'm a very outspoken person. I'm not going to stop. And it's like I told them, I said, I'm not worried about it, and I'm not going to live my life in fear. It's like, number one, I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. And I'm not going to live my life like that. And I don't think anyone should have to, but sadly, it has come to that.
I hear you, Roger. And we've talked about this before. It comes from a place of privilege for those of us that can just pack up our shit, leave, and go someplace else, right?
Right.
There's many people. I remember this conversation vividly, and I wish their name escapes me now. But a Puerto Rican woman who called me out on that. Like, how dare you? Every single time you ask marginalized groups to show up for elections, we show up, and when shit gets bad, you guys will run. And I took that to heart. And
I know. She hasn't been around
at
either. I
At
miss
this
her.
point, I'm in the the back nine, as they say, but I'm here to fight for my daughter and for Amy Dawn's children and for everybody else's children. And I agree. You've got to know your landscape, read the room, and do what's best for your safety. But I'm not leaving. I'm staying. I'm staying.
Exactly.
But to your point, I think is very valid that we even have to have those conversations. That's the worst part.
And even if I do leave, just let's say I might exercise some digital nomad visa action and get to, some Caribbean island somewhere. I'm not going to fight. I mean, I'm not going to fight, I mean,
Exactly.
I'm still around.
I'm not going to stop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know people are exhausted and we have to do what's best for us. I get it. I mean, I am at the pinnacle of the patriarchy. I'm a white, cis, hetero male, non-Christian in America. I can go anywhere. I'm going to use my privilege to call their shit out. And I would encourage other people to do the same.
I'm going to set up a bail fund. Whatever we need to do. I'm going to go to jail if I have to.
The night FactsStillMatter spent in jail. We'll write a book.
There we go. There we go. Letters from jail.
Right. Thanks, Roger. I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
You got it. See you later.
Yeah, look at Novotny in Russia. That's the level of that's commitment. And are we all ready to do that?
Everybody, it's time to be loud. I'm glad people said that. It's always been. Amy Dawn, when was the best time to plant a tree?
Fucking yesterday, dude.
Exactly. But so we should have been loud yesterday, but we can be loud today and tomorrow and tomorrow.
That's right.
Fluffy, how are you today, friend?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing.
Oh my gosh, these last
channeling
few days,
our anger.
Yeah, these last few days I've been so exhausted just arguing with people online, and I've gotten to the point where I just start commenting, at this point we are not going to agree that what Elon did, we're not going to agree. They're going to keep denying, they're going to keep gaslighting us.
Correct.
But you can point out that maybe you don't think he did it, but there are a lot of neo-Yazis and far-right extremist groups, leaders out there that have flooded to the internet and social media to let everybody know that how excited that made them.
Exactly.
And how, they're saying stuff like, we're back, the white flame has risen. They're saying a lot of messed up stuff. And you can just remind them, if you want, if you can deny it all you want, but those people are excited. And that's what's scary.
I agree. I mean, and think about this: when you have the president of the United States pardoning members of those groups, right? Literally members of those groups, leaders of those groups, you do that so that you can continue to gain traction within those groups, building your own, I don't know, domestic army.
And floating conversations about those groups may have a place in your administration, by the way.
Exactly.
Yep. So this is, this is just crazy. I never thought that I would see this ever in this country, but the way things are going, I'm just not surprised. I'm nervous and scared, and my anxiety's been bad because my son is trans. And he came out, when he was only 10. He's almost 16 now. And I fear that when he turns 18 and he is ready to fully transition, that he won't be able to. He won't be able to live his authentic self. And it just makes me so sad that my own child won't, I fear for his mental health and everything.
And that's why we fight. That's why I'm going to
fight.
fight.
I mean, I think if there's any hope in that regard, 2 years means the midterm elections, which requires people to get off their entitled asses and go out and vote and defend people like Fluffy's child. That's what we do. That's what we have to do. We have no choice.
And I'm so glad you brought up the point, Fluffy. Like if the dogs weren't hearing the dog whistle that was meant for them, then how is it not what it was?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely heard it loud and clear, and they loved
Exactly.
Yeah. If it wasn't what it was, then why was it received so well by the audience it was meant for?
Yes.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Well, I love you guys. I'm in the Discord. You guys
Love
are
you.
awesome. So I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you, Fluffy. Appreciate you very much. Last little, just another reminder, folks. Thank you again to. Let me see if we have any other new subscribers today. Thank you guys. Thank you all in advance for our subscribers today. If you'd like to subscribe, you have a couple of options now. None of us really know the future of TikTok, and I'll just say this: the reason that we're still here is because of the ability to have conversations like this in a multi-guest format that's relatively simple. If your boy can figure it out, that's kind of why we're still here. That's part of the reason. Everybody needs to make up their own mind how much they want to commit to this app and to their favorite creators, whether it be through subscribing, whether it be through gifting. I'll leave that up to you guys, right? We are creating an alternative way to support the channel. You can always do so with my pay apps. You can do so through the Facts Hub or Facts HQ. Again, thank you again, Eve. Linktree in my bio. The first button you'll find, I'll just show you. I'll just take you through the exercise.
W for Eve for always being on point with our branding.
Yes, because I'm a splainer. So I'm going to explain it.
Explain it.
You go to the Linktree, you see the Facts Hub, right? By clicking on the Facts Hub, it will take you to basically this is fourth wall. This is where we host our merch, but this is always also going to be the hub of information. If you click perks, it'll take you to this page, which is the subscribers page. You can join for $3 a month. It's the cheapest price we can offer. And if you join annually, you'll save 15% off. Same discounts that are available and same perks that are available for subscribers here through TikTok. The difference is we feel like, we know we'll have a future of subscribers here. We don't know about the future of subscribers on TikTok. So there you go.
That's our parallel plan, right? We'll be here as long as we can be here, but we're not going to just be here.
Right. I'll be here until you guys get sick of me. So let's put it that way. Which has happened. Yeah.
Never.
Which has happened.
There couldn't be ever a day that I would be sick of you, beloved.
Okay. Even the way I organize my laundry?
Yes, even then. But that was a hot debate I woke up to today. That was hilarious.
Yeah, right? Seriously. As in, the way I look at it, cover it with a blanket and call it furniture.
I mean, that seems simple. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I like simple things.
Me too. Good. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
We're
Hello,
all right.
Miss Dawn.
Hello, dear.
So I'm doing good. I took the day off today. It got kind of hot at work. My supervisor kind of was in my face for 2 days about the inauguration. And did you watch it? And threw Elon Musk in my face yesterday, and I just said, I'm not having political conversations with you at work. I'm at work and you're my boss. So I needed a day to recoup. But God, we're only on day 3, 4. What is it? I don't know. My worry for everybody is everybody's mental health, because my mental health is wrecked. So I kind of am taking a different approach. Is I look at the headlines and I'm like, okay, what can I do? Sat down, emailed my representatives, looked for groups, looked for council meetings, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start going to council meetings, Board of Education meetings,
Good for you.
Getting involved. But I'm not going, I can't sit here and constantly watch the headlines on every hour. So you take the worst, you deal with it. How can I counteract it? And go on with my day. There are still joys in our day. My grandchildren are the smile of my life. My daughter is trying to figure out a wedding on a budget. So there are things in your life that are still good. We are going to see dark days, and I know that. But I just want everybody to take a breath, figure out a plan. Don't give up. And I want to thank you, Steve, because I thought I lost you. You are the rock of my morning. And without you, I thought, what am I going to do without Steve? What am I going to do without Facts? Because there are days that I don't get a chance to come up because I'm at work. And I know there's a lot of people that want your time. But I've never met you, but I consider you a friend, an ally, and a support system in my life. And you too, Amy Dawn. I don't think you realize how much you touch people's lives. And I just wanted to say thank you. From the bottom
Thank
of my
you.
heart.
Thank you for being part of our family.
Thank you, friend. I
I'm
appreciate
glad
you.
you're here.
It means a lot. That's why we do this. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I want you guys to have a good day. And everybody just breathe. Just breathe. We got this.
Come on back here anytime. I appreciate you very much. You know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, love. I mean, those are some so good points, right? Do what you can do that you have the control over in your own world, right? Do what you can control to feel like you have some agency in this. Do the things you feel you need to do in the struggle, in the fight, and when you need to recharge your batteries, focus on your pets, focus on your loved ones, focus on planning that wedding that your kid's going to have, focus on the travel that you're going to take, focus on the things that make life worth living regardless of all the fuckery, and then get back up and fight the fuckery. That's all there is to it.
Fight the fuckery. Need a new t-shirt. Fight the fuckery.
Fight the fuckery.
Hi, Julia.
Good morning. Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
Hello.
I have popped in and out. You've inspired me. I just wanted to pop on, and that was a very sweet guest that you just had. What a sweet soul. I wanted to say you inspired me to look some stuff up, and I am horrified. I am horrified. I watched a video. I sent it to you, Facts. There's a video on Reddit of his dad talking.
We played it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And then
We played it earlier.
when you go to Wiki, it says that he sided with his dad,
Correct.
but he definitely didn't. And now it's starting to understand these child support laws, and all of these things are starting to make sense. This is from a scumbag man perspective who doesn't want to parent their kids, or who wants to create a situation where all of his wives live in one place. And it sounds like trafficking to me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Just a
this
bit.
is
Yeah.
this is literally them going, well, I don't like the way my mother kept me from my father, so we're going to make it easier for abusers to access their children. I mean, like, it's literally, it's, and when I realized how systematic it was, you know what I'm doing. It's systematic, dude. I mean, it's systematic. This is, I don't believe we're going to have social media. I think that's what they're coming for first. I think that's why what I've been telling you is so important. Because I think what they're going to do is they're going to tank this for anybody who's organizing.
And that's why we're organizing outside of this.
Right. And so I'm starting to look at this differently now. But after watching you guys, the bunch and reading, but then the whitewashing of it as well. Yeah. And like the facts don't reflect the journalistic integrity of, does that make sense? It's polar or opposite difference. And that is what happened in Germany first.
Lugenpresse.
Yes.
I mean, think of this, Julia. Think
So
about.
I'm like,
I mean, I don't think people have spent, and I haven't either, but I don't think people have spent enough attention on the removal of fact checkers from Meta platforms.
yeah, that's a huge deal.
I don't think people have even contemplated what that means. Now you're hearing rumblings of the richest man in the world wanting to buy this app. Now, obviously, if that happens, we make sure that we have another home. But then what's next? YouTube? What's next? When you're the richest man in the world, you can literally do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Exactly. And it's scary.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, this is free speech means nothing anymore when we have our own government saying that we can't use a platform like this because exactly your point, we talked about this, they don't want us organizing.
No.
They don't want us connecting. they'll lie to us about national security. Meanwhile, the Treasury gets hacked.
Right.
Like, come on.
Yes.
And they're
Misleading
also
bullshit.
not willing to answer questions. Can we just pay attention to how many times has the White House press secretary done any pressers for the poor, sad White House press corps?
Right.
Like, they're just gross. But not for nothing. Jen Psaki, I don't know. She'd done 3 by now, 3 days in.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't had. Do we even have a press secretary yet? I guess
She's appointed, and she was interviewed on Faux Entertainment, and they were like, "When are you going to have your first press conference?" And she's like, "To be announced."
Yeah.
Like, no, we won't hear from nothing because they can't answer questions because they're indefensible what they're doing.
She said something. Somebody asked her about when they're going to have a press conference, and I did see that she said, "If you're in Mexico, stay there." It was like this whole rant about, like, it was like a non. Like, it was not a question.
Non-answer. It's a non-answer answer. Yeah.
Like it was a non-answer exactly.
Kind of like how the press was chasing down all the Republicans senators, pushing them on. How do you feel about Trump's pardons? And they were like, "It's time to move forward. It's time to move forward." It was a gift that we can move forward. Oh, is it really now? It's time to move forward.
Do we think that staff meetings at the White House are like bloodletting ceremonies where they sacrifice virgins and kittens? Because it would seem like.
I mean, you've got to be.
I'm sure they're a whole vibe. I don't know.
I mean, it's like if anybody remembers Animal House. You're too young, Julia, but the older people like 80 and I, when like, "Thank you, sir, may I have another?"
Thank you, sir, may I have another?
That's what it feels like. Like we laugh so we don't cry.
Right.
Julia, I just want to thank you, by the way. You came up here to talk to us about you've been inspired. You have inspired me. I have been so focused with my work and been able to already, just in a few days, gain such insight that has helped so many people in the line of work I do, in you helping me see how we need to redefine what trafficking is, or teeing. I don't even know if we could say that. I don't even care. But
sure.
Thank you for everything. I so appreciate that Steve was able to connect with you and that you're part of our family now.
Yeah.
Your voice is critically important in helping us just be a traitor to the patriarchy and all that contains. And I just am so appreciative of you.
I so super appreciate that. I'm inspired now by stories like yours, because there's so many people who have self-identified, and the law, it's actually not redefining it. It's already defined.
Right. I think that's the thing. People don't even know the definition. And so bringing that to the forefront is so critical.
Right. And so that's why I started doing it, and to get the story out there. I just promoted a video. I have 2 things I wanted to tell you, Facts. I promoted a video, and it's doing, like, the first time I promoted it, it got 4 million views. This time, I mean, you can't even repost it. And I unfollowed on every account I own. I unfollowed the president and JD. I've unfollowed them and blocked them on every single platform. This morning, I woke up to my feed with something of him. And I went and looked, and they had unblocked him and had me follow him. And I just did a video about it because I'm like, am I in the Twilight Zone right now? Like, I definitely did it. I screenshot it last night because I wanted to be able to be like, no way. You know what I mean? So, like, they're actively unblocking, friending us with the tyrant.
I was reading about that, about people were having to check their feeds and their follow lists, that some people were, you were automagically following people that you may not have chosen, right? That's pretty.
I do understand some of that is if you were following the account of the office, it did switch over.
Because it said that when I went to the account this morning, it said created January 2025. It was a brand new account. And the Biden account, I still follow it. It's unchanged. It says POTUS. It says something like 46th president or something. But my point is that they forced me to follow this new account. I was never following it. I wasn't following the presidential White House account either. So, like, I checked. So that wasn't it. And the account said it was created January 2025. It says that on Melania's. It says it on DJT, and it says it on JD Vance also. They all say it because I went and did a little deep dive this morning, and I was like, how is this possible? But I blocked him. Again, I blocked them last night. and I screenshot that I did it. So you can imagine my horror at opening the Blue app.
That's crazy.
And going, and I screenshot it and made a video about it because I was like, this can't be real, right? Like, I don't want any content from any of them.
Me
Yep.
neither. And that's
I mean,
that's our mission. That's sort of our mission now. Like, listen, you all don't need to bother paying attention to the orange guy. I will tell you what you need to know. I'll take the heat. I'll
So
wear
we
the
don't have
shield.
to,
I'll
as
go into the
always.
fight so you don't have to. Because listen, don't give him don't. We all know, don't give narcissists oxygen. Don't give them attention. That's what they crave.
No
Don't give
food.
it to them. Plus,
No food.
our mainstream media doesn't know how the fuck to cover him anyway. So don't bother. I do need to wrap it as always. Who's ever left of the panel, I'd like to give last words. So, Julia, anything that you'd like to share with us aside from what you just did?
Only that Facts and Amy Dawn are wonderful human beings, and you're lovely as always. And I love starting my morning with you as well. So I will go and do the we. I appreciate all that you're doing and continue to do.
I appreciate you very much, friend.
Right back at you, sis. Right back at you.
AD, last words.
Listen, we gonna keep doing this, and I get tired too. So when I get tired, I rest, and then I wake up and do it again, and that's what I'm gonna keep doing. And I am taking back the word woke. I'm gonna stay woke. In the words of Redbone, stay woke. Don't be sleeping. Don't get caught sleeping, because they want us to get tired, and they want us to be silent. They want us to be gaslit. They want us to be the frog in the pot and normalize all of this. And we are not going to do it. We are going to continue to talk about how this is not normal. Thank you for having the willingness to do this heavy emotional labor every morning. For folks who have come up here and went through the trauma of the 12 hours, we were on this live crying because we weren't sure what was going to happen. And I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it, because we found out that it's okay. Even though it came back, yeah, fine. But we're doing things outside of this platform. I think it was a nice wake-up call. I appreciate the opportunity to stay a little more woke. I'm not going to lean on just this anymore. We're doing things to make sure that the movement is the priority, not the tools we use to promote it. So we're going to be here.
I appreciate you saying that. Just a last little note here before we shut down today. Trump says that he's going to ask Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who he describes as a fantastic guy, to invest $1 trillion in the U.S. economy. I'll let you guys interpret that however you want. We're going to raid somebody else different today. We're going to raid our friend Chris Ventura. Chris Ventura, Capitalist Mods. If you all wouldn't mind posting that in the chat, I'd appreciate that. We're going to try to spread the love a little bit around.
Yes, love him.
Yeah, so mods will post that in the chat to follow Chris Ventura, Capitalist. You can certainly you can look for that yourself, but please go over there, tell them we said hi. Double up tomorrow morning, back at it here tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., and then tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll do Facts After Dark, and our conversation is going to be about, why have we become antisocial? Are we antisocial? What isolationism means, and all these kinds of things. So thank you, everybody, for today. Thank you, mods. Please, if you guys wouldn't mind, popping over to YouTube real quick, subscribing over there.